Hello guys, so how it's going on? This is Pulkit this side, and today's video we are gonna be creating this nice looking Netflix clone. So in this video we will be learning context, Firebase. We have used Firebase for the login functionality. We're gonna be also using Axios in here for fetching the data for our movies from the API, TMDB API, which we are gonna be using in here. And this application is perfectly responsive, loaded with lots of features. You're gonna be learning many things, and let's see how this website looks like. So this is our homepage of Netflix, and this is how it looks like. It's got a nice accordion. This is Jumbotron. This is our accordion. As you can see, this is how it looks like. And then this is our opt form. This is our footer in here. We have got a sign in page there. We also got a sign up page. As you can see, we are not able to do anything if we are not have written any of these details. So let's see how this. So if we sign up there, I type in Pulkit Gupta and give an email address of test1234567 @gmail.com. Given a password 123. I gave it anything. Okay, let's do 123456. If I sign up, as you can see, now we are signed up. Leave that's not for this one. As you can see, we are signed up. This is our browse page, and if we try access, go back to our home page, you can't do that. It will automatically redirect to your browse page, as you can see. And this is our website. This is be looking like that. And if we get at least 100 genuine views on this video, only 100, not asking for 2 or 3k, only 100 genuine views, for knowing that you have to comment in there that you watched the video. Like, if we get a good response of this video, 100 genuine views, who the people who watch this whole video, then we are gonna be adding a lot of functionality in here. For example, the smile list thing. Then we will also give an option to watch these, like click on this movie and watch these. Like the dummy will be having a dummy video there. We will give a my list option. We will be giving option of to play movies, right? So, and many more. Like, we'll be making it more likely, like adding more features in there. So so that's what this looks like. And if we log out, it's got a log out functionality also. If we log out now, if we try accessing a browse page, you can't do that. When you click on browse, it checks whether the user is logged in or not. If it's not logged in, then it will automatically redirect to your sign in page. That's how it works. And now let's get coding, right? So okay guys, so to begin with, what are we gonna do is open a Visual Studio Code or any code editor which you prefer. Then open your folder. So I'll be doing this. So I'll open my folder. I'll go to my directory and I'll create a new folder. I'll name it YT Netflix clone RD, and then I'll select this folder. I'll select this folder and open it, and VS Code should automatically open this for you. So once it is open a terminal, press Command J for that, and once it loads, then type npx create react app /. So you can do either with this the Visual Studio inbuilt terminal, or you can also use any external terminal if you want externally. So there's no issue with that. It will work same. So what we did right here is we created a folder, and in that folder we are installing all our, basically we can call a dependency, or a place where you can edit your files and make a React application ready. So that is what this command does. It will install all the dependencies, all the necessary thing that you need to that you require for start creating a Netflix clone. So it will take 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 minutes depending on internet connection. So I'll meet you after once this command is done executing. So VS Code has so my application is ready. My VS Code has like installed all, like the command is done. Now we can continue further. So if it says happy hacking with right here, then it means you not need to worry. It's working perfectly perfectly fine. So for me it shows yarn start here just because I'm using yarn. If it shows npm start, and then also it does not matter. They are basically the same thing. Okay. So the next thing we're gonna do is open an SRC folder. So first of all, we're gonna do a cleanup process. So this cleanup process basically means I'll delete all of the unnecessary files which do not require. So just do as I just follow me what I'm doing. So just delete setup test, report web vital, logo.svg, index.css. Let's keep index.css. Delete app.test.css and app.test.js and app.css. Delete all. Okay, so VS Code like crashed somewhere. Okay, let me see what. Okay, so I'll do it externally. I don't know why VS Code is doing this. I'll open my terminal. Okay, I'll open this again, my VS Code. So 1 second. Yeah, this is fine now. So I'll delete it externally. I don't know why VS Code is not working here. So in my file explorer, you can do it there. So I'll delete report web vitals, logo.svg, app.test.js, and I think that's it. And app.css. I'll delete all these. So I deleted the, as you can see, we are now only these 3 files are remaining. So now what you're gonna do is remove this header here, all the code written over here. For now we'll just render hello world. Just to test if it's working, we can remove this, import app.js, and we'll import React from here. Import React from React. So save this, go to your index.js, remove this report web vitals, and remove this import here also. Save it. Now go to your public folder, go to your index.html, remove all of these comments. Like it's just basically making your file. I don't like these comments. Like your file should be as like it is unnecessary. You can keep this if you want, or you can like ignore this. Like it's no need. Like but it's generally good to clean up your file. So so if you're done with this, now what you need to do is open your terminal again and type npm start. Or if you're using npm, then if it here showed you in the command, it showed you npm start, and type npm start. For my case, I'll be typing yarn start. You can try. If it shows you error with yarn start, it says yarn is not a recognized command, then you can type npm start. Both will do the same thing, then no need to worry. Then wait for some time. It should load up your application. So it automatically will open. It will start loading your this in localhost 3000. It will wait for it to start, and let's see if it loads up. So let's wait for some time, and as you can see, our hello world is being rendered. The next thing we're gonna do is first of all, we're gonna install a dependency known as normal.css. For those who don't know what is this, so it will basically essentially remove all this, like this spacing you see right here. It will remove this unnecessary spacing right over here. So true that, or yeah, basically not only the unnecessary, like all the default styles which the browser gives you, which we don't need. So to do that, open another terminal. So same thing, if you're using npm, then type npm install, or if you're using yarn, then type yarn add. So for my case, I'll be typing yarn add and normalize. I think the spelling's right. Normalize the CSS. So the reason why I use yarn is because I personally feel that yarn is a bit faster than npm, because when I download with npm, it takes a lot more time, and normalize the CSS does not take that time. So the next thing, if you're done with here, is if it says like if it does not show you any error over here, so now you need to import normalize.css over here. So in your index.css or any file, does not matter, import then type normalize.css. Now if I save this, open back our application, refresh it. So it did not remove. Let me check why didn't it did. So did we save it? we save it. Okay, let's refresh one more time. Okay, there might be some other reason, but it's working, right? I'm pretty sure that it's working. So okay, so the next thing. Okay, so now we'll start working on our application. So at first we're gonna be creating a footer. So for the footer, first of all, what we'll do is we'll give it a, I'll bring them my applications side by side here. So here's the application just to have a good view. So I'll bring it side by side. And, so and I'll close this. So first of all, we can, yeah, so just to have a better view, I open it side by side. Okay, so the first of all, what we're gonna, we'll give a global set which we requiring here. So since this is not a CSS video, I won't be focusing too much on the CSS. I'll just I will like the mark, I will mark where I am using CSS, where I am typing CSS. So if you're not interested in CSS, you can skip those and focus on the JS part. So to start with, first of all, we'll go to index.css, remove all of this code. So and what I'm gonna do is this is gonna contain all of our basic styles. So first of all, I'm gonna paste, so I'm gonna give it a box setting of border box. The next thing I'm gonna do is just remove, I expose this HTML to our HTML and a body. I'm gonna give basically to our whole application and give a height of 100%. Font family of let me grab this, it's not like something to type. Font family of this and this, I don't know how to spell this, but it's something which works neat. And the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give a background color of so the sort of a black color or some black kind of color which Netflix uses. And now I'm gonna give it a text color of this and font size of 16 pixel. And I'm gonna give this kind something of style which I don't know what this it actually does. So as you can see now we have that the kind of color which Netflix uses. So the next thing we're gonna do is first of all, we'll divide our application into folders. Like it's not obviously not, no one makes your whole application just one file. So what we're gonna have is so we'll create a new folder. We'll name it components, and then we'll create another folder. We'll name it pages. And now I'll tell you the reason in a sec why we are doing this. So inside this, I'm gonna create a new file named index.js, and inside this I'm gonna create a new folder. I'll name it footer, and I'm gonna create a new file. I'll name it footer.js, and for the styling I'm gonna give it a style.css. Now inside our pages I'm gonna create another file. We'll name it home.js. So basically this is the file where all of our home components are gonna load. The home page is gonna load over here. All the components which we have are gonna be loaded through here, because obviously I don't wanna make my app.js like a loaded file. That's just a personal choice. You can also have it in app. It does not make any sense. Like it does not make a difference basically. So then it's obviously your wish. So first of all, what we are gonna style, first of all, we are gonna style with the footer. We're gonna start with the footer. So first of all, I'm gonna create a React boilerplate here using RAFC. So what it actually does is it creates a React boilerplate so you can start coding. So just like basically saving your time. If you're using this for the first time working on React, then just go to your extensions here, this square kind of thing, and inside the search just type ES7. So and just install this extension right here, and now you're ready to go. So once you do that, come back to your home.js, and inside and go back to footer.js. Now go and do the same drill here, RAFCE, and for now just enter an h1 name hello. I am sorry for the spelling there. Hello, I am footer. Hello, I am footer. Okay, so in order to see if it's work, so I'm gonna render a footer here. So what we'll do is key footer, and I'll basically import it now. So import footer from dot slash page from dot slash why is not my this is showing, okay, anyways, dot slash components slash footer dot.js. And the one thing I'll tell you just in a sec why I'm doing why I created this index.js file here. So now I'm gonna render my footer over in here. So not the footer, I'm gonna render our home. So make sure you import it. My VS Code did automatically for it. It's a VS Code, like VS Code is very intelligent and it does automatically most of the things for you. So just make sure if you're not on VS Code, just make sure you do it yourself. So it says cannot resolve components. Okay, so we are not importing correct. So 1 second, I'll just auto import it. So auto import control space bar. Okay, say dot slash issue it for. So if we refresh it now, I think we should see. Okay, so you're seeing hello, I'm footer. So the one thing I wanna say is key, I created an index.js here because we'll be importing multiple components from here, and like it will create a lot of it will take almost 10 lines for doing like creating this. So to avoid that, what I'm gonna do is key, I'll go to my index.js. So here I'm gonna import and export, doing this all things here, export. So it will import in your index.js and export here also same default as footer from dot slash footer slash footer. So now the next thing I want to do is key, go back here in your home, and you can remove this, pretty much remove this line here, and I'm going to use my VS Code trick because I hate writing this. So as you can see now, our line is just more cleaner and more shorter, and it renders still it's the same, nothing has changed here, right? So this is why I created index.js, and this will make more sense when we have a lot of components, like we start creating we complete with the home page. So it will make a lot of sense then if you don't get the point of this. Anyways, so let's start with creating a footer component. So we want to create a footer. So first of all, we can close this pages and go back to footer.js. So I'll close this for now. Okay, let's keep this here, doesn't matter. So first of all, I'll give it import our styles. So import dot slash style dot css. Okay, so now inside the footer I'm gonna start with the class name. Okay, so one more thing here, most of the places we are gonna follow the BEM convention. BEM is basically giving your CSS class name basically in a particular format, so it's easy to like, it will make more sense when you are basically debugging HTML, like basically it will like it's just very much handy. So I'm gonna create a parent div, name it footer. Inside this I'm gonna create a p tag, give it a class name of footer underscore title, and inside here I'm gonna type questions. So this is basically the same thing which Netflix does. So I will show you what we are exactly doing here is, I'll open the original Netflix. So netflix.in, we'll wait for this. Okay, so if you go down, here's the footer. So basically we are creating this particular component here, all of this here. So obviously not this one, but we'll be creating this thing here, right here. So let's start. So I'll bring this side here and push it to my second monitor. So I'll save this. Let's see, I think we should see our footer here written over here as a, yeah. So as you can see, question contact us. We'll be styling it later once we are done with our HTML, then we'll start styling. So inside this I'm gonna create a break, so it will give a div class name of footer underscore break. So what it will do is it will create an space here, like you see now, like basically it will create the space over here. this space. Yeah, the empty space you can see between the questions and FAQ, this will create that space. So you will do it with styling, so it will create this div will occupy that space. Inside this we want to have a row, so this will and we'll name it footer underscore row. And then inside this I'm gonna just start copy pasting here. So we are gonna have a column here, another one created div dot footer underscore column, and then inside here I'm gonna paste this here. And now if I save this, I think I should see pretty much something. As you can see, like we are getting something, we can see something here, FAQ investor relation. Yeah, so we'll do the same thing for there. You can, like, if you wanna change the link, I just copy same thing, I'm just copying same thing link over here. So you can also do with another, like you can make your you can give your own links or whatever link you want, you can give. So we'll do same thing couple of more times. So in this we are gonna create another column here. After, inside a same row, we are gonna create another column. So we can just copy paste this. I will copy and paste, 1 second. So if I paste it again, I save it. So if we refresh, as you can see, we see this one and another one here, and we're gonna do same thing a couple of more times. So if I save this again, we should see something, and by the time it loads, I'm gonna do the other one also. So we'll give so it shows an error. Okay, now no error. Okay, so if I refresh this, we should see something. Okay, so we are seeing something. So now what I'm gonna do is we'll start styling with this pretty much what we have it right here. So in order to style, first of all we go to our style.css. Let me open this for you. Yeah, here. So we'll start with the footer. To our parent container, we wanna give a direction of, we are gonna give a display of flex. Sorry for this, display of flex, padding of 70 pixel and 0, 70 pixel of 0, margin of auto, and then max width of 1000 pixel, max width of 1000 pixel. 1 second and make, yeah, max width of 1000 pixel, and a flex direction of column. So if I now save this, as you can see, there's some, like, it gives you an padding. So that's what we are doing here, and then we'll create another one. Now we'll style a column here. So to our column, we are gonna give a display of flex direction of column. What is this happening? I don't have any idea. Flex direction column and text align of left. Oh, what is this? Text line of left. If we save this now, as you can see, all of this align in, like it all of those align left, right? So to our row, so in order to make it like the side by side, so we are gonna target our footer underscore row. Inside this, we're gonna give a display of grid, and to our columns, like columns, we're gonna give a grid template of columns. We're gonna repeat autofill. So this is basically how grid works. And there are basically like hell lot of tutorials over grid and CSS which can explain better than I can. So, and I'm not a kind of person who loves CSS even, so I hate CSS a lot. So then, yeah, so you just, and it, like, CSS is not that important as well, because CSS is too easy to learn. As you can see now, it looks much better now. Yeah, so this is, if I open this, because since we are not basically like made it responsive till yet, so as you can see, all of these are aligned. That's nice. So 1 second. Yeah, sorry, I opened my original one. I have to open this one. Yeah, dot footer underscore column. We are given row, so we are going to give a grid gap of 15 pixel. Grid, what that happened? Okay, I basically grid gap of 15 pixel. 15 pixels. We'll go back to our application. Yeah, grid gap of 15 pixel. Now we are gonna to give it a bit of responsive view. So we'll go to media and I'll give a max width of, so if its max width is 1000 pixel, so basically these are media queries. To our footer we are gonna give a padding of 70 pixel and 30 pixel and inside, and here we are gonna target our rows also. Inside our row we are gonna again grid template columns, but this time we are gonna repeat autofill, same autofill, but we are gonna give a min max, but here we are going to change the pixel. It would be 150 pixel and one fraction. So as you can see now it looks much better, and it's look much better right now. Yeah, so now we are gonna continue styling. So now let's style this our text over here. So I think we gave this class name of link, right? Yeah, link. So I'll just copy if I came here. So dot footer link. So to the link we are styling, we are will say color of hashtag, I think it was 7575 something, 75, let me check, 757575 I think so. Yeah, it was this color, and margin bottom of 20 pixels. Yeah, it should work fine, and font size of 15 pixel, and text decoration of this will remove all the lines which you can see there. So if I save this now, go back, so as you can see it's now looks much better right here. So now let's see what are we left with. So we can style this our title right here. So to style the title we can say footer underscore title, and to the title we're gonna give a font size of guys, if you are like getting pretty bored in the CSS, then you can just skip it. And anyways I'm gonna mark it there where I'm using CSS, so you can just pretty much skip it. You won't miss any JS most probably. If I use, I don't think, but you most probably you won't. So here we are gonna give same color of 7 which we used up there, and we are gonna give a margin bottom of I think 30 pixels works fine. So okay, instead of 30 pixels give it a 40 pixels. Yeah, 40 pixels seems pretty much better. So if I now open it on full screen, so full screen is also like it's looking pretty nice. So let's see, and let's continue. Okay, so let's continue with our styling. So now we are now style a break, the break tag which you remember, which we gave. So to style a break, what we are going to do is the footer underscore break, and to break we are going to give a flex basis of 100%, flex basis of 100% and height of 0. So if you save this, I think it should give some kind of a gap over there. Okay, let me open full screen. Yeah, so it didn't make any difference. Let me check why. It should have done something. Let me open footer.js. So are we using, where are we using break? BREAK, right? So I think we did same thing, right? Okay. Okay, so it won't. Okay, so it seems fine now. So now here we are going to give a copyright kind of thing, the copyright kind of text. So to do that, we'll go back to our footer.style.css. Inside this we are gonna, no, first of all in the footer.js what we are gonna do is go down, and inside after our this div created another create a footer break. The break div is equals to footer not footer underscore break, close it, and create an p tag of fake Netflix clone toolkit. You can name your name, you can write here your name there, no issues. Class name, we're gonna give it a footer underscore text, footer underscore text. I'm gonna save it. We'll style our footer underscore text here. So I think that styling you can give it of footer underscore text of font size of 13 pixel and color of 7575, same color which you were using earlier, and then margin bottom of 40 pixels, margin bottom of 40 pixel. So that's the same styling which you just, there's a change between font size here. So as you can see, now our footer looks much better and cleaner. Okay, so so I think we're done, pretty much done with the footer. So let's just check if it's responsive or not. So okay, so we need to get some padding to it. Okay, so it's fine here, even it's responsive, we just need to give some padding. Okay, so I'll give a padding over here. It's the padding's missing, nothing else. So for the padding, what I'm gonna do is so we'll go to footer. Inside the footer, we're gonna padding left, we can give padding right of 30 pixels might be. So this one's fine, this one. Okay, so I don't know why I did it. So let me check just a second. Padding right of 30 pixel. Okay, so it also seems fine, there's no need to change it, I think. Yeah, so since now we are done with the footer, we can let's just review it if it's everything we are doing it fine. So we have our so we have our footer underscore. Okay, so we are starting with, let's review just 1 second. So footer, we have a footer title which is being displayed right here, that's fine. So we have an footer, it's FAQ invest for. Okay, so it's being displayed it's perfectly fine here, so there's no issue to to change it. Let's give it some padding right here. So I think 20 pixels work fine. Go to footer.css, and inside dot footer, where's dot footer? We are giving 30 pixel padding right here, right? If we give it an important tag, then so okay, let's see. So we can say margin left of 30 pixels. What does it does? Nothing. Padding of so it is not doing anything here. Some media even working then? I don't think so. Max width 1000 pixels. So why isn't it not working then? What if we remove? No, it's working. I'm sure media query is perfectly working, because otherwise it won't be looking like this then. Okay, so if we go up there, so now it seems pretty much fine. So it's like basically the style, it seems good now. So it's so okay, it looks perfectly fine. So now what we can start is with styling our accordion. So let me open our original one. So this one is our app. So here we can start styling with our accordion. So this is how your accordion bit of looks like. So let's start with our accordion. So in order to do this, so in order to style, what we are gonna do is first, so it's pretty much the same kind of a look. So only the thing which it changes is the data. So we can store the values in an array, then map it over, then loop it over again and again. So that will basically make your code look better, more cleaner. So in order to do that, first of all, what we are gonna do is go to my GitHub repo. So I already created our in a JSON format. So first of all, create a new folder. You can name it JSON here. So it will have a JSON data which you're going to use it for FAQs and for accordion. So name here accordion.json, accordion data json, and now go to my GitHub repo. One second, sorry guys, I didn't know, like from so long I've been saying Accordion. Well, it's not Accordion, we're gonna be selling a Jumbotron. Sorry, I said Accordion, we are not using Accordion, it's Jumbotron. So we'll rename it. So Accordion is this thing. Let me bring it again. So this thing is Jumbotron, the Jumbotron basically, and this thing is our what you say in this, Accordion. This one gonna be your Accordion, and this one is your this one is Accordion and this one is Jumbotron. Yeah, so let's start. So just go to my GitHub repo, go to this file jumbotron.json, and paste all of your code over here. All the things which all the code is there, just paste it over here. So as you can see, like we have an ID here, it's title, like all the information which we need is being provided here. The reason why I give writing direction of row and row reverse is because in these both cases the direction is gonna remain the same, but here the text and images flip over. Like here the text comes first and then image, but here the image comes first and then the text. So basically the flex direction flips over. So in order to do that, we're gonna use row reverse. So that's why I gave that. So to start with, we can close this here. So we'll create a new folder here. It's not inside a footer. You can close footer over here. So we'll create a new folder. We'll name Jumbotron. If I spelled it right, I think so, I spelled it right, Jumbotron. And inside this I'm gonna create another file named jumbotron.js, and same here we're gonna create a same drill, basically style.css, and inside the jumbotron.js just type again RAFCE command and type Jumbotron for now, Jumbotron. So now inside our index.js we're gonna do the same thing here. So instead of footer we're gonna export our Jumbotron. So you can type Jumbotron over here and go back to our pages. Inside home.js we need our Jumbotron here, Jumbotron. So as you can guys see, it's just a one line. We will be importing one line. If you don't do, like if you don't have an index.js file, it will create multiple big 2 to 4 to 5 lines code, right? Like 4 to 5 lines will take our importing your particular file. So in order to start, so to begin with our Jumbotron, we can close our pages. Yeah, so we'll go to jumbotron.js. So in this, first of all we need a Jumbotron data, so we'll import that. So import jumbo, you can name it anything you want, jumbo data from json / jumbotron.json. Save it. So now what we are gonna do is we'll remove this here. So inside here we are gonna create a class name of rep. We are gonna create a div which will give a class name of wrapper. So inside this, then we will route through our jumbo data. So this is some JS we are using. So inside of HTML in the React, if you wanna use JS over there, so in order to do that, you need to do in the curly braces basically. So first of all, in order to loop over it, so I spelled it wrong here, to be jumbo data. So first of all, what we are gonna do is we are gonna loop this. So we'll say jumbo data dot map, and so basically what it's doing is we have 3 arrays. I'll explain you. So we have array with 3 objects. So it basically knows we have 3 items in our array. So arrays of 3 items. So inside our array, loop through each of our items, and for each of our item return a value. So that value we can name it as jumbo, and we can name it item, and then we're gonna create an arrow function and return. So now we're gonna return. So first of all, just to test it's working, I'm gonna say h1 of item.data, item.data, and let me open my application once more. I closed it. Yeah. So now here's our application. So it's not working. Why it's not working? Let's see. So why is this reason? Let me check. So if we just say h1 of hello, and what the happened? Is hello being displayed? Okay, so hello is being displayed. So why it's not working? Let's check. It's some debugging. So let's check. Let's console log jumbo data. Are we even getting our jumbo data? So let's console log it. So inspect console. So it says okay. So we are getting in jumbo data, and as you can see, yeah. So there's no issue with that. So why it's not being rendered then? Hello is being rendered. So jumbo data dot map item, for each item I wanna render an h1 of item dot data. The code's perfectly right, and yeah, code's perfectly right. There's no issue with the code. So what if we console log item, console dot log? Okay, no, you can't just directly console log it. So I'll just say okay. Is it the key issue? So let's see, key is equals to item dot id. It might be a key issue. So refresh. It's not rendering anything. Okay, let's inspect it then. Is it even creating h1? So footer, it's where is inside a wrapper. Okay, so hello is being written. So h1 is empty. So we are not able to access our item.data, right? It's looping over it. Looping is being perfect. So we cannot access our data, right? So let's see why is that happening. So jumbo.data item for each one is equals to this. So okay, let me just 1 second. I will just copy my original code and paste it over here. So just to see what's the error, what is this error for. If it's still not works, then I will debug and stop the video and debug it for you. So where's my localhost 3000? Localhost 3000. Okay, so this is working. This one's working. Okay, so what we can essentially do is now, if it's working, we can start. Okay, so I'll remove this once again. We'll do it once more. So for each, so I'll create a div over here. Inside this div, I'm gonna return an h1 of hello. So let's see if that renders. We should see 4 hellos. Yeah, we are able to see 4 hellos. So now I want to access my jumbo dot data. Can we access it? No, jumbo data obviously won't work. It's okay. I understood. I don't know what I was typing, so it should be jumbo dot title here. I thought I understood. I think I typed something else. I feel so silly. This is the second time. No, still it's not working. Okay, still it is not working. Still we are not able to see because we didn't save it. Yeah, so sorry guys, I wasted your time. I know most of you people will be thinking how silly he is. So like most of you have figured out the error. So okay, anyways, so we'll continue with sorry guys. So I think I wrote data something over there. Okay, so we can continue with our here. So we will pass a key here just because React doesn't throw our error. Like it's a basic practice then whenever you loop. So jumbo.id and here we are going to give a class name, div class name. Okay, so here we are gonna use something called option. We are going to use something. I'll just let you know 1 second. Let me just write this. Yeah, so here what we are going to do is key as I told you, inside in their class name here. For 3 of our components we are gonna, okay, I'll explain it later. Just first give it I will give a class name of Jumbotron, because then it will make a lot of sense later instead of explaining you now. Class name is equals to item. So let me just save it just so that prettier works for me and makes this more cleaner, because I don't like cleaning the stuff at all. So inside this we're gonna give a class name of dot Jumbotron underscore underscore, I think it we can give it of a wrapper. I'll give a Jumbotron wrapper, and inside a Jumbotron wrapper we're gonna give a h1. You can just pretty much cut and paste here h1, and class name of Jumbotron underscore title. Class name is equals to Jumbotron underscore underscore title. Save this, and then you're gonna create another edge, same thing, but we're gonna create an h2 here, and here we are gonna give a class name of subtitle. Subtitle, and instead of jumbo dot title we are gonna render jumbo dot subtitle. So jumbo dot subtitle works fine here, and then outside of this we are gonna create another div for our images. Okay, so guys, for images, just go to my GitHub link and copy the images folder in the it would from the public folder. So the same thing I'm doing here. I copied and pasted the images folder from the into our public folder. So it will give you all the images that I will be requiring here. So you can close the public here. So outside of div, create another div and name it again div class name. Okay, so this has stopped working. Okay guys, so what I'll do is just close my this one VS Code, close, and I'll reopen it. I don't know what is this. So VS Code, Visual Studio, let it open. I'll go back and again open the folder, coding projects, revit, rd, select folder. So I'm gonna start it. The reason I did it for, like, it wasn't showing me the suggestions. npm start, so it will start spin off for again. So we are gonna give a div class name is equals to Jumbotron underscore underscore wrapper. Okay, so I don't know what's happening to my this. Okay, so why it's not like what is doing, I don't know. It's lagging a lot. No, it does not happen at all with me. Image is equals to class name of Jumbotron underscore image underscore image, and src is equals to what this was jumbo dot image and alternative of jumbo dot, I think it was alt. Yeah, we name it alt. And let's close this. No, just cancel this operation and go back to our application, refresh it. As you can see now, our data is being rendered perfectly. So just now we have to start styling with it. So on the CSS task is left, it's the only thing left here now. So we'll start doing it. Go back to here, go to style.css. So first I think we are importing it. No, we are not importing. So first of all, you import your style. Import dot slash style, what style.css, yeah, right, css. So go back to style.css, to our Jumbotron. We are Jumbotron. We are gonna give a display of flex, align item of center, justify content of space between, not this, justify content of space between, flex direction of row, max width of 1100 pixel, margin of auto, width of 100%, and margin top of 50 pixels. So if we open this now, back our application, so as you can see, it is looking somewhat what we want. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So let's start with let's continue now. So to our wrapper, we are going to give a width of 50%, Jumbotron wrapper width of 50%, and to our, now we are going to start giving styling to our title. To our title, we are gonna font size of 50 pixel, and line height of 1.1, margin bottom of 8 pixels, If we save this, open back our application, you should see some difference. Yes, our app, this has grown a bit bigger. So yeah, so let's continue now. So to our title we give, now we are gonna style as subtitle.jumbotron underscore subtitle. So to our subtitle, we have a font size of 26 pixels, font weight of normal, and the line height of also of normal. And to now we are gonna style our image.jumbotron underscore image. We are gonna give a max width of 100%, so it won't exceed 100% width, and then height of auto. So as you can see, it looks much cleaner now. So next thing I wanna show you here is key. So as you can see in here, I wanna make it to flap up, like this image should come here and text should go there. So in order to do that, we are going to use the row reverse property. So you remember in our here jumbotron.json, we are giving each one a direction. So what we are going to do is go to our jumbotron.js. Inside here, now where we are using Jumbotron, with a Jumbotron we are also gonna display we are also gonna do this. So remove the Jumbotron. So first of all, we need our Jumbotron class name, that's true, Jumbotron, and now with it we also want the class name which we are which our style is like the which our data is giving us. So that is of, so we are going to use $, and inside this we are going to give a jumbo dot direction. So basically now it will also create with jumbo, it will also create Jumbotron's class name as a class name. It will also create a class name of the direction property. So if any of our, if there is a class name, so one of the middle Jumbotron will have a class name of row reverse. So to do, so we are gonna type here dot row reverse. So it will target that Jumbotron, and we are gonna have a flex direction of row reverse, and we gonna give it a important tag, just because if it does not just because it overwrites the all properties already. So as you can see, it flaps up right here. So and it's look much cleaner now. So let's continue styling, giving the borders here, like the border kind of a thing. So let's continue doing that. So yeah, let's start. So first of all, we are gonna make it a bit of responsive. So we are again gonna use a media queries here. So media max width of 1000 pixels, and we are gonna target our dot jumbotron. We are gonna give them a flex direction of column. Also important, we are gonna overwrite all the properties. Already given. So dot jumbotron underscore wrapper. So to our wrapper, we are gonna also target our wrapper right here. So to our wrapper, we are gonna give a width of 100%, width of 100%, padding of 0 and 45 pixel, text line of center, text line center. So now if I save this, go back, as you can see it starts look much cleaner now. It's now a bit of responsive also. One second, let me make it a bit bigger. As you can see, it's look pretty nice also, nice right here. So let's continue. So now also we are gonna we're gonna create another media query of 600 pixels. So for 1000, so I'm just gonna copy paste this, and instead of 1000 pixel I'm gonna write 600 pixel. So to a 600 pixel I'm gonna type dot jumbotron underscore title, and the font size of 35 pixels, and we are gonna also target our subtitle. So to our subtitle we are gonna give a font size of 18 pixels. So now we are gonna target our item class name, which we gave it to our this one, I think, this one. So each one of our item will have, so each one of our jumbotron will have a jumbotron item will have this, it will target each of our jumbotron. It will give a display of flex, border bottom of 8 pixel. So this will create a nice border bottom, which I'll just show you in a second, which what I'm talking about, of 222, padding of 50 pixels and 5%, color of white. This will give the text color to white, and overflow of hidden. So now if we save this, go back to our application. Now let's see how does it looks like. So as you can see, it seems perfectly nice. It's very good. It gave us some kind of a border also. So now we are also done with our accordion, not accordion. Why I'm saying accordion again? We'll remove this hello right here. So now this looks very nice. It's exactly the same which we are done with doing earlier. So it means we are finally done with our jumbotron even. So now we can start creating our, I think we can start with, okay, so we can start with our this accordion now. So accordion is something which you're gonna use the React. Why React is too good, by the reason the main thing of like the JavaScript React hooks we are gonna use here. I'm gonna use it only. It's not too tricky, like it's just simple creating this accordion. So it's just the CSS here, not the JavaScript. Okay, so let's start creating our this accordion. Yeah. So let's start styling our accordion. So in order to do that, we have the same drill as usual. So first of all, but just before, there's a one step again. So just create another file inside the JSON folder, name it faqs.json. Yep, that's the file which you wanna name it, and go back to my GitHub repo and just copy the data and paste it over here. So that's the same data. So we're pretty much done here. Now we won't be touching this JSON folder. Okay, so now we can just follow the drill. We'll create another component. We're gonna name it, what's the name? I forget the name. Accordion. Inside the accordion, we're gonna create again two new files, accordion.js, and style.css. And here we are gonna type RAFCE, and here we are gonna import our styles here. Import ./styles.css. okay, it's not style.css. okay, so now I'm gonna same import export there, export default as jumbotron, not jumbotron. We're gonna use accordion here, accordion. Go back to our pages. Inside of pages, I think we need it after jumbotron, right? We'll be gonna using after jumbotron accordion. So I love VS Code. This the auto import thing automatically adjusts. That's VS Code is one of the best editor I ever used. Okay, so let's check whether anything is getting rendered, or we have to struggle with another error. was error is all struggling. Where's this is, wait just a second guys, I'll open that application from my monitor. Okay, so we are seeing hello after here. Okay, so we are able to see hello. I'll just remove this hello right here. I'll go back to my Jumbotron. In Jumbotron.js, I'll remove this. I don't need console log. What the hell happened? Go back to Jumbotron. I'm going to Control X. So if you go back, we refresh. I don't think, yeah, we are not seeing anything. Perfectly fine, very clean, very nice application. Okay, go back to the Accordion.js. let me have some water. I'll just save it. For some reason it is not saved. Okay, remove this thing now. Okay, so first of all we are gonna import our FAQ data. So we're gonna type import FAQ data from dot slash JSON slash FAQs.json. That's perfectly fine. So now in here we will start with a div. We are gonna be using props also right here. Div class name is equals to accordion, and then we are gonna give create another class name, div of class name accordion underscore wrapper. Inside a wrapper we are gonna have a h1 with the class name of title, accordion underscore title, and the title would be the frequently asked question. Frequently asked. If I could spell that right, I don't know what happened to me. Okay, anyways, so yeah, I think my voice is coming right. Yeah, okay, I thought my the voice is not audible. Okay, anyway, so we're gonna create another div. So in here we're gonna create an accordion underscore content, and then not this yeah, in this now we are gonna map through our FAQ data, same thing which we did earlier with our accordion, not accordion, with a Jumbotron. Oh, I'm being so confused with these. Yeah, yeah. So in here I'm gonna get an item right here. So item is equal to, now we are gonna return all of our data which we write here. So I'm gonna create an what we say, class div here, accordion, which name it item, and as VS codes. Okay, so for some reason my emit is not working. Anyways, we'll create div class name is equals to control V, and then key is equals to is gonna be our item.id. We are gonna close, and yeah, we are open and close this div. So inside of this div we are gonna create another file, accordion, and we are gonna name it accordion header. The reason so you wanna do that, so it's basically like being your code more cleaner. It's basically the way of doing that. I don't want like I generally don't prefer some, like I don't like, I just want it to be on the body, right? So to do that, create a new file, name it, what you can name it, accordion item. We can name it accordion data, accordion.js. Same thing, RFC trick, and no need of importing or exporting anything. Just you are gonna accept a props here. If you don't know what a props, don't need to worry about this. I'll explain in 1 second. Let me just type here. Okay, so props is basically this. For example, you can take it as a 2 component. So here we have accordion, so we have data coming through item. So prop will basically mean, first of all, I want access to my accordion data. So what I'll do is I'll write accordion data. So make sure you auto import it up there. Okay, make sure to. So now I want my data to be accessible accordion data, this the item which we have here, right? So the whole data should be accessible there. So there are 2 ways you can do it: either import it again like importing again and like import you wanna, then you have to import it again, like do the same thing again, but this will repeat it 2 times because you're doing same, you mapping out to data same data 2 times, so it will repeat the data 2 times, right? So you can't, obviously you can't do that, so it's eliminated. So the best way you can do with React is you can pass your data. So we'll be passing here data. So the here which we named here, you can, so this is, you can understand it as a variable which can be passed, which is passed through 2 files. So here we are gonna pass here item is equals to, now the value inside this, the value will come here. What is the value? So we're gonna pass our item value. So this is the right here. So now our Accordion data has access to all of our value in this item. Just 2 words, just wrote 2 words, literal 2 words, and it's done. So okay, so let's start with the Accordion data. So first of all, I won't be creating any logic for now. I'll be just having an this is, first let's create a blank app, like some sort of blank, but for some reason it's blank here. Element type is invalid for a class, so you likely forget your export or component from it's checked in. So okay, so some sort of error. Let's check what is this error for. Okay, so the error is because we didn't save this file. This is the only reason why the error is coming. So now we should not, the error should not be there. Yep, it isn't there. So as you can see, we can see frequently asked question here. We will be soon styling it. Just first let's have our HTML ready. So we'll go to Accordion data. So first of all, we're gonna create an empty fragment, because according to React, your files HTML component should all have and parent element. So at least they should have one parent, like obviously it can have only one parent, but the grandfather, like the top order, there should be some element to wrap this, so we can have an empty fragment there. You can put also div where it won't make any difference. So now we are gonna create a class name of accordion underscore header. So this is gonna be the header of each accordion, so in which we are gonna render our item, which we are getting through our props item dot header. One more thing I forgot to told you that it's not necessary that these two values should be same. You can like name should be same, basically it should be the obviously the thing which you are passing, but this you can like name it anything you like. If you can name it pretty much anything, but just make sure that you change it over right here also, like this thing, the value which you are putting here and the value which you are sending, those two things should be same. Rest is all upon you. Okay, so just I did it just because not to make everything more confusing, right? So okay, so we'll just save it, go back to your application just to make sure our props working. It should be working, but you don't know any error can come from, however, because then later on then it's like very like later on it's not easy to debug it. If you know from the, like now I know if an error comes, it's not because of the prop, right? So that's the why, because we are able to see render this. Okay, so now let's continue. So now here we are gonna render our image. So the image, like the cross button or the plus button, right, which we did that. So src, which I've already included. Sorry for the truck sound, I can't do anything for that. I'm extremely sorry for that. So okay, so we are gonna have so the images inside our images folder, inside that icon, inside that close slim.png, we are gonna start with the JavaScript a bit later, and we are gonna give an alternative of close, because if we don't give, then React's gonna give us a warning, which I don't want to give a warning. My clone should be perfectly neat. So div, now we're gonna create another class name. We're gonna name it dot accordion underscore body, and inside this we're gonna create a span, and inside this we're gonna name it item dot body. If we save this now, and let me open my React application. Okay, so the error which we are facing is our image is not being displayed, the close icon, that's not an issue we have to worry about. Okay, so now we can pretty much style it and just get this sort out this error. So I think there must be some spelling got sort of a mistake. Images slash icon, yeah, it had to be icon. So the single letter makes an error, like, and sometimes it can also cause you a big error. So as you can see, like here's the image, you can just see because the black color, because the colors are same. We'll just do that in a second. Okay, so we can start styling it. So we'll go to a style.css. JavaScript is coming ahead in a bit. So style.css. So first of all, we are target accordion. So to our accordion, we're gonna give a border bottom of 8 pixel solid, the same thing which we did with our Jumbotron. Just let me have a water. Yeah, so it will create a nice border bottom here. Where can we see this? Okay, we can see this. Let me have a look. So it must be importing issue. We are importing a spelling issue then. Yeah, it was a spelling issue. Like, I'm very bad at spelling. Very bad. As you can see, this is our, it has, like, you can now see this. Okay, so now the one thing I'm clear with, unnormalized CSS is not working. Yeah, and the reason why it's not working, I don't know. It should work, but why it's not working, I don't know. You know what, I'm clear about normalize is not working. Why it is not working? It should work. Let me check. Imported right. This just one line code. I don't know why the hell it's not working. Okay, no problem. We'll continue with the style.css. Okay, anyways, so dot accordion underscore wrapper, guys, it will work for you. I don't know just some why there's an issue with me. I think it has 90% chance it will work for you. If it works for nobody, then it's something I did wrong. But according to me, I don't think I did anything wrong, because we even have if you open a package.json, we even have normal.css here, and we are also importing right there. So I don't think there should be any error. Anyway, so 45 pixel flex direction of column and max width of 815 pixel. 815 pixels, not pz. What is pz? I don't know that. Margin of auto. Now if we save this, go back to our application. So yep, it centralized itself. Let's continue now. Dot accordion underscore wrapper. So now we're gonna give a dot title, font size of 50 pixels. So to title, we are styling a title right here. Line height of 1.1 pixel, not pixel. There's nothing like pixel in 1 point. Okay. Anyways, margin top 0. We don't want any margin top, and we're gonna have a margin bottom of 8 pixel, and we're gonna have a color of white, and text line of center. Not what the hell is open. Okay, so go back to our application. Okay, so I think we are facing another spelling issue. Okay, that's why it's not title, it's accordion underscore accounts title. Accordion underscore title. That's why this. See, if you face an error, it's just not working. Just know that there's just check there must be a spelling issue right there. Okay, so it's working. We have this nice frequently asked big freaking. I don't know why that Netflix has everything so big. Like this is also even big. This is also even big. Like they have the images very, like the home page is very scale. Like it's very big. The font size and all that kind of stuff. Or it seems to me, or it's literally big. I don't know. That totally depends on person to person. So according to our content, we are gonna give of margin bottom of 40 pixel. Wait, did we give it somewhere? I think we have given content, right? Class name. not why I'm coming in Jumbotron. So it's just not saved. Okay, this is saved. So we have a content. Yeah, we have content. I thought I didn't give it. Okay, so let's continue with our item. So dot accordion underscore item, and here we are gonna give a color of white, basically a text color, margin of auto, margin bottom of 10 pixel, max width of 720 pixel, I think so. Yeah, 720 pixel, width of 100%. Instead of 720, let's keep it 730. 730 would work, would be much better, and margin top of 30 pixels. So let's save it, go back. So as you can see, our subtitle also looking like, not just subtitle, like basically sound looking much cleaner now. Yep. Okay, so let's continue. So now we'll target our accordion header. So it has a pretty much a big styling here, dot accordion underscore header. So here we're gonna first of all give a display of text to make our image and that title to one line. So just, and we're gonna give a justify content of space between, cursor of pointer, margin bottom of 3 pixels, no, 1 pixel, not 3 pixels, sorry, 1 pixel. 3 pixels, 1 pixel is much better, than it will look much better. Font size of 26 pixels, font weight of normal, and the background of RGB of for I think 48, yeah, 48. Yeah, this is the color. Padding of 0.8 em em and 1.2 em, not rem, em. User select of none, so just user can select it, like the basically the highlighting it. Yeah, user select of none, and align item of center, and height of 80 pixels. Yeah. So let's go back, and as you can see, it looks much better. Some kind of a better will, like, it would look much better when we style it perfectly. Now we are gonna style our image even, so there's no need to worry about. So let's now target our image. So inside of accordion header, we wanna get our image. So basically saying it, go inside our accordion header, go to our image, and now we are gonna filter here with the brightness of 0 and invert of 1, and width of 24 pixels, and to here also user select to none. If we save this, go back, so this looks much better now. Yeah, it looks much better, right? So let's continue with styling it. So now we will have a start with a media query. So inside max width, I'm thinking to start using style components, because I feel style components is much easier. So next video is gonna be my what we say, prime video. So I think I would be using style components there, but let's see what do I use. It depends on my, like, it just depends. I don't know. I'm also not sure what I'm gonna use. So accordion underscore title, and then dot accordion underscore header, inside that we're gonna target our image and make our image, reduce our image to width of 16 pixels. Now inside get our accordion header, where is our header? Here. Now here in accordion header, reduce the font size to 16 pixels. So now we save this, go back to our application. As you can see, it looks much better and cleaner now. Yeah, right, absolutely right. So okay, now let's start styling with this one. So now we are gonna style our accordion body dot accordion underscore body. So to our body we are gonna give a font size of 26 pixels. Font, not PZ, what is PZ, I'm not sure. Font pixels, font weight of normal, line height of normal, background of hashtag 30, I think were 30303. It was the same color which we used earlier. A white space of pre-wrap is a pre-wrap here. User here also user select of none, not user zoom, just remove this, user select of none. Yeah, this one's fine. Overflow of hidden, and here padding of 0.8 m, 2.2 m, 0.8 m, and 1.2 m. If now we save this, go back to our nice application, as you can see now this looks much better, cleaner. Like, we are heading somewhere. Yep, we are heading and we are doing it exactly fine, perfect. Okay guys, so now it's time to use our JavaScript. So we are done with the styling. So now we basically add a function to close open here. So to do that, it's also simple. It's not like something you need to worry about. Some people might be thinking, oh, it's very hard, how we're gonna do that. It's totally easy. So first of all, let's give it a bit of media. No, is it fine, or should we give it a media query? Okay, so let's give it a media query and reduce the font size here. So okay, so here, wait, I didn't use what the file, I didn't fix 100 pixels here, right? So let's give it a media query also of accordion body. Okay, so accordion body, inside this we also want to reduce our font size to same as 16 pixels. Okay, that's the reason. Now if you go back to our application and give it, and let's give it an important tag also, important. So now, yep, this looks cleaner, yep, much cleaner right now. Yeah, it's clean now, very much clean. Okay, so now for the JavaScript, what you're going to do is go back to the accordion data. Inside the accordion data, create an state. Now for those who have never used, who have been new to React, I'm gonna be explaining use state, not in very much detail, like the basic which you need to know here. That thing I'm gonna be explaining you. So to declare a use state in there, so just it's the way of writing use state. So first of all, you inside of cons, then an array bracket, name anything you want. So for example, I wanted to show, like basically it will tell if it's show, like I just name it. Then you inside it, then you create one more variable, cons, and then write here set show is equals to use state, and inside this you give it an initial value, and you need to import this also, and as my VS Code already did there, so you just make sure you import it here. So for initial, and here you set the initial value. So in our case, our initial value will be false. So in order to change the value, you just can't like directly change the value, like setting show is equals to something. To change the value, you have to write set show is equals to some value, then the value would change, right? So that's a basic thing of using use state. So use state acts like a variables. It's similar to variable, but very much more like it's provide you much more features with it's provide much more features obviously. So it's like exactly like variable, but with lots of more features, right? So now what we are gonna do is whenever a show is active, we wanna display our when a show is true, then only we are let me open our expression. So when the show is true, then only we are gonna display this. If a show is not true, then don't display this. So that's the basic thing. So what you're gonna do is here So we'll give it, so most of the people have guessed it right. Yeah, so we are gonna use this one here, item.body, and the reason why I did it in a totally different that was file was because if I would do it in a same file, then it would be, then a state would be common for each of this. So for example, if it is false here, then it would be false here also, false here. If I click on true here, then it would be true here, here, and same here. So that thing which I didn't want it, so I wanted to have each one have one same different variable for each one. So that's the reason why I created new file for this. Okay, so now we go back to our accordion data. So first thing we're gonna do is so first of all we're gonna, so there's multiple ways to do that. So first here what I'm gonna do is instead of like just putting optional chaining here and then only this rendering it, I'm gonna give it a class name. So if class, so in this what I'm gonna do is let's keep our accordion body, so and give it a JSX tag here. Inside this give it a parentheses. Parentheses is the it's not the single quote sign. Parentheses is the basically the parentheses, you call it parentheses. It is available on the, it is on the key above your tab key, so just make sure you do that, not the single quotes. So inside this dollar sign, okay, so inside this what we are gonna do is with our accordion body, so we are gonna check if our show is true. If our show value is true, like if it's, yeah, it is true, then then we are gonna render, then we are gonna, through this class name you're gonna add open. But if it is not true, if it's not true, then we are gonna have a close here. So now to making it to seem that it's working, so we are gonna use some CSS. So we're gonna go back to style, and to here we are gonna target our open, which we did just now, and we are gonna give a max height of 1200 pixels right here, and to a close here we are gonna give a height of 0, overflow to hidden, font size to 0 pixel. So let's see, does it works? Okay, let me bring it back here. So let's see if it works or not. So what is Netflix? Do we click on it? Okay, so now the reason why it's not working because we have not set the state, right? So let's start setting a state. And one more thing which I just saw here, just because like it is already false, so it won't obviously like change it there. It is false, so if we change here to true, then you can see if it's true, like it won't work obviously just right here, because then it is showing. If it is true, then it will show you. So now the thing we need to do is change it according to when we click it. So before that, what I just saw something here was, let me change it back to false. It's a small bug or some kind of a thing. You will obviously call it bug. What I'm saying, so there's like this kind of this is already visible. So let's inspect and let's check why isn't this working. So let me open my inspector, open this, font size of 0 pixels. Okay, so we are going to give it an important tag, then it will work. Okay, let's give it an important tag, style.css, font size 0 pixel, I important. As you can see, the text is gone here. So that's the reason. So if you think any of your style is being not displaying on your screen, just give it an important tag. It will, if the syntax is not wrong, it will override that. Okay, so now the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna change our value, set show value. So here whenever we click on this one, the header div, so on click, this is an event handler, on click we are gonna run an arrow function, just because we want to run it whenever we click on it, not immediately. So on click, this is an function, and you're gonna set the show. not equals to its previous value, which is obviously not equal to previous value. So if its previous value was false, then it will change to true. If it was true, then it would change to false. So let's save this and let's see, is it working. So let me open, what the hell I open. Okay, it's just one of my other videos. It has already 4 views and we have just 49 subscribers right here. How much views did my other video got? So that's 46 views and 52 subscribers. How the hell that happened? Okay, it might be my some other fake accounts. Like I have 3, 4 fake accounts right there. Okay, anyways, so so yeah, why did I open this? I can close this, right? So here what we can do is, what I was thinking, yeah, so on click, yeah, so I was showing you how to do this, checking it. So which one is mine? This one? Yeah, this one. So let's open, let's click on this, and as you can see, it's working perfectly nice. It's very clean, perfectly fine. That's amazing. So now the next thing we're going to do is change this icon. Sorry guys, I have some water. Okay, so now next thing, yeah, we are change this icon. So this also is pretty much the same. To change this, we are gonna have some optional chaining. So what we're gonna do is turn on this thing. This is same as writing if condition, just if show is true, but like it's like a 2 through 3 lines of codes, right? So same thing, you write if else condition, it's like 4 to 5, it will like 4 to 5 lines. This is just 1 line code. So there's not difference between if else condition or show operator, just if you are using GSL, like if you want to make your code shorter. But if your code is big, then most probably use if else condition. I prefer that. Then it's obviously each one choice. Show if it is true, then I wanna then you show me this image, which is the add image. src is equal, so I'll just copy paste the, if you then we wanna yeah, then we wanna, if it is true, then we wanna show this our close image, right? So then show our close image. If it is not true, then you show me the add icon image, open icon, not add, open. So I just copy paste here. So let's see if it works or not. Open our application, cross plus, as you can see the icons are changing. Yes, the icons change, right? That's perfectly good and fine. Let's see if it's responsive to, yeah, it's obviously responsive, there's nothing, yeah. So since now we are also done with our accordion, the next thing, so let's have a look. We are done with the footer, we are done with this, and let's open the real Netflix for once, just to check what else. I think we are only left with header, just to be now 100% sure. This is, we are done with this, done this. Okay, so the next thing we are left with this, creating this input kind of a thing. So let's create an input. So we will be reusing it over our header also, here. So here we'll be using our first time we'll be using our what you say, this, we'll be reusing our component. So let's get started then. Okay, so in order to do this, what we're gonna do is go back to our application. Yeah, so 1 second, let me open my application. Here's my application, and go back to our application, and now do the, so follow the same drill. So just create a folder named form. Inside this, create a new file, form.js. And okay, one thing we will do here is, because we are gonna be reusing this component, so yeah, so since we are gonna be reusing this component, what you're gonna do is, let me think about it a bit. So I think we have to pass props here. Let me see. No, there's no need to pass props here, because it's gonna be essentially the same. Okay, so just follow my steps. So yeah, it's gonna be the same. So just name another file, create styles.css. Same trick, RAFCE, same drill, sorry, not trick, what is, So let's create some h1 of form here, form, and then import export it over here, control C control V, default as form, save it, go to your accordion, here import your form from index, make sure you auto import it here. The reason why, because index is it takes index as a default file, it automatically does that. So let's see, we should have something being rendered over our screen. Let me bring up the local host for you, 1 second, localhost 3000. So nice, we have form over here, that's great. So let's start styling. Let's first of all create our form, then we'll start styling it, right? So let's first create the basic HTML there. You can close this accordion, go to form.js, import our styles.css, import /styles.css. So we have a class name of form here, class name is equals to form. Let's keep the p capital. I'm gonna create a p tag. I'm gonna name it ready to watch. That's all the Netflix says. Enter your email to create or restart your membership. Yeah, this is what Netflix says. This is not what I say, this is what Netflix says. And here I'm gonna say class name, give a class name of opt form, no, not opt form, what is opt form, and that form underscore text. Yep, that's what we're gonna give it. And then we're gonna give it a div class name of let's keep it opt form. Let's give it a I'm going again and again, same opt form. What's of form underscore, let's, what should we give this a class name? Let's give it a wrapper's fine. And then here we're gonna create an input here. Input we're gonna give a class name is equals to form underscore, not triple underscore, single underscore input, placeholder of email address, placeholder is equals to email address. And then here we have created button, and class name is equals to form underscore button, and we are it's gonna say try it now. And here we're gonna have an image. Let me just copy and paste it here from my, yeah, so that's the image button div, right? Yeah, so now we can start styling it. Where's my local host? Let me bring it up there, so see how does it looks, and let's see how are we gonna achieve this. So where is yeah, so it's looks pretty ugly right now, and just you see, okay, let me do this side by side, and let me show you how cool now this change which you're gonna see here. Okay, so that will make a bit better. So let's go to style.css. Let's start styling it. So first of all, we're gonna start with our form. So I'm gonna say dot form, not single form, dot form, display of flex, justify content to of center, height of 100%, margin top of 20 pixels, flex wrap of wrap, flex direction of column, align item center. For some reason I gave it important, must be some reason. And so padding bottom to a 5 frame. Save this, looks better now. So now we are gonna say here dot form underscore input. To our input, and give a max width of 550 pixels, 550 pixels, and width of 100%. Well, that actually doesn't matter because it's gonna exceed it. Just is being safe here in this case. Border of 0, padding of 10 pixels, padding of 10 pixels, height of 70 pixels, 70 pixels, box sizing of border box. That's look pretty clean now. Let's start styling a button now. So we are gonna say dot form underscore underscore button, dot form underscore underscore button, display of flex, display of flex, align items of center, height of 70 pixels, same as we did before, background of some red kind of a color. It was E50914. Yeah, this one I think. Yeah, this is red. And color of white, the text color. Text transform of uppercase, text transform of uppercase, padding of 0 and 30 pixels, 0 and 30 pixels, 32, yeah, 30 is fine. No, let's give it 33. Let's 33 is much better. Font size of 22 pixels, 26, not 22, sorry, 26 pixels, border of 0, and cursor of pointer, cursor of pointer. If now I save this, it should look much better. So it does not change this at all, just because we have some spelling. Okay, it should be, I think it must be small b. Yeah, it looks much cleaner now. Let's see if we make it bigger. So it still remains the same, it remains the same. Okay, so we've been to our media query here. So let's start. Let's continue creating this. Now inside is our button. I'm going to target our image. Now image same which we did before, margin left of 10 pixels, filter of fill dot fo filter of brightness of 0, invert of 1, and width of 24 pixels, we save this. Yeah, it looks much better now. So now to our dot opt form. Now why the hell I'm saying opt form again. Form underscore text, font size of 19 pixels, color of white, and the text line of center, sorry for that, width of 90, view width. Save this, looks cleaner now. Now I think we created an wrapper right here. Let me just confirm. Yeah, form wrapper. So now we are going to target a wrapper. In this we are going to say display of flex. That looks much like a big nasty here, because we're going to decide maybe add a media query there. Just give me a second. Yeah, we're just styling it in a sec, and we're going to start media query. So we're going to give a color of white, and text line of center, not why the hell I'm writing text line. I'm giving color, it's wrapper. Okay, sorry guys for that. Okay, this looks like with 100%, and align items of center, justify content also to give a center. Let's save. It should look much better. Not this one. This one is looking much better, cleaner, and very nice one. Okay, so that's nice. And now let's start having some, like, giving it a media query to make it responsive also. So media max width of, whenever it touches 1000, it is below the 1000 pixel. So this is gonna, we give it a to a form. We have it a flex direction of column, not reverse, column, and align items of center. we're gonna save this. It should change. Yep, it changed a bit. Well, it changed or not? Let me check. I didn't notice it a bit. Okay, let's comment this out. Let's refresh. Okay, that is not making any diff because we are given 100 here. 1000. There's no screen that has 1000 pixels. Still it did not change. I think it does not make any difference. Okay, let's check. Let's give a form. What if we give a display of none, just to make sure it's working? Display of none. Save. Yeah, so it's working, so that means we don't need this here. And I'm not like pre-coded this media query. I'm just doing it in front of you, so we don't need this anymore. Okay, let's keep it for now. We might use it later. So dot form underscore button, gonna target our image, give it a width of 16 pixels. Why is the array here? I don't understand, but let me remove this. Width of 16 pixels, and to a wrapper dot form underscore wrapper, we are gonna give a flex direction of column, not column, it was column, and that's looking much cleaner. Let's give it a padding left of 10 pixels and also a padding, not a padding, I'll change it to margin right and margin left. Yeah, that's some, so it got some space there. Let's save this and let's have a review again. So let's see for this. It says, is it responsive? Yep. No, where do you responsive? Yep, very good. Yep, it's still responsive. So this is perfectly responsive, being like it's looking perfectly nice. So we have another component ready. So the last thing we're gonna left with our header is the last thing we're gonna left with the home page is the header. So the header seems a bit like this. We have already we already have ready. We created this one, reusing this. So the next thing I'm gonna do is keep this header. We are gonna do it now. Okay, guys. So in order to do the header, first of all, the same drill. Okay, guys. So I just checked. There was some issue with the sound in the previous video, like the previous module. So I'm sorry for that. Now that won't be an issue. Okay. So now we'll continue with styling our header, which you can see on the screen. This is full our header. So after styling this, we'll complete with our header. So as you can see, this is the this is gonna be repeated. We had already just created, so we are gonna repeat this. So there's no need to create this again. This is why. So we are gonna use why is React, like why I love React. You gonna repeat the basically right repeating. Okay, so guys, so you can start with this now. We'll go back to our application. So this is our original application, as you can see. So we'll add this header to this. So let's start coding with them. Okay, so first of all, you're gonna have to follow the same drill as we earlier do. So you might see a bit of change in my UI because I did it. So same drill, create header.js in a header folder and file style.css. Then go to your index.js, Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V, in your form, create an header, yeah. So just save this. Okay, so it is not export header, it should have. Okay, so the reason is RAFCE. We are gonna do this. Is our terminal active? Wait, oh shit, okay, it was on, sorry. So I'll just say hello from header. Sorry for the spelling there, but it doesn't matter. Okay, the application is, let me wait. Yeah, so it's reloading. So do we see the header? We don't see because we have not called it yet. So let's go to our pages. Above our Jumbotron, we're gonna call our header. So we're gonna import it from our index. Save this, make sure you import it, and let me bring back our application, and here's, as you can see, we can see a header. So let's continue styling it. So as usual, first of all, we are gonna create our the HTML, then we're gonna start styling it. So first of all, we're gonna create a div with a class name of header. As we are following BEM, class name is equals to header. Okay, yeah. So now we're gonna create another class name named header underscore container. So inside this, we are gonna create an link tag, which we're gonna implement React router term later on. For now, just we can keep an a tag, href is equals to slash, and then inside it we can have we'll have our image. We'll give it a class name of header underscore image, and then src is equals to slash. Okay guys, so I'll give you the logo. So like, just go to my GitHub. Okay, so it is available in GitHub repo. I'll make it available there. So let me check where is it available. Give me a second. So okay, so I have in some other directory here. Inside this, I'm going to go to public folder. Inside the images, we can give it inside an icon. We can give it logo.svg here. Okay, so it will be available there, and you don't need to add it again. So inside our src, you're gonna go to our images. Inside our images, we are gonna go inside our images. You're gonna go to our icons, and now we are gonna get our logo.svg, give a closing tag, and squiggly brackets are because of the because we didn't give alternative tag, and we'll give it of a Netflix, not Nextflix, it's Netflix, sorry for that. So let me see, do we see our logo? As you can see, if we see this big logo, they're gonna style it later. Okay, so yeah, so we're now gonna create another a tag, href is equals to, we are gonna later on change it to link, which is a React router feature. So we are gonna give a class name of header underscore button. This is the button which is gonna say sign in, and then we can now start with styling this. So let's make it look more better. It's being very pretty much awkward. Let's start it then. Styling. We can close this public folder. Yeah, we are. So we'll import our style.css first. Import style.css dot like this inside like this style.css. Go back to our style, and let's start styling it. So let's give me a second. Yeah, so first of all, we're gonna get a header. To our header, we are gonna give a display of flex, then a flex direction of column, not lf, flex direction of column, background of URL. So for this, I'm going to just go to my GitHub repo and get this home, like which you have public here. So inside this, just bring that home video. Okay, so you don't have to do this tough task. I'll make it already available, not exactly tough, like I'll make it available in there. So I just move from here to there, just because for some reason CSS don't take, it gives me an error whenever I get any image in from the public folder. Only for CSS it does, I don't know why. So we're gonna do like this. So we are gonna go to our src, and then we're gonna grab our home bg.png. Yeah, but all of this should have to be inside a bracket. What I'm doing, 1 second. Yeah, so this has to be inside not a bracket, in the, So we are going to give a left and a top and a cover no repeat, cover no repeat, like this. And then we're gonna give an overflow of hidden, which is not an, like sometimes we need to give this. So as you can see, we have this appearing, this good logo, the background. Let's start styling this now. Then it will this big image. So we are gonna take target our image, header underscore image. So this is the reason. Now so using the BEM, you don't need to go back to a header.js and find what this class name you give. So it makes things pretty much easy. That's I like BEM. So just for some time I go for verifying, but that's okay. Margin right of 40 pixels, that's it. And if we go back to our application, we see our Netflix logo is now looking pretty much better. It's like now centered. So now we are gonna grab our header underscore container, the container which we gave it earlier, container. So display, we are gonna give it a display of flex, margin of 0 and 50 pixels, 56 pixels, height of 100 pixels, not PC, pixels, justify content of space between, and align items of center. So if we save this now, go back to our application, as you can see we have something coming. Okay, did I give a justify content of space between items? Okay, it's fine here. Display flex direction of column. Okay, we are fine, we're good to go. So now to our header container, we're gonna target inside our header container, we're gonna target all of our A tags and gonna give it a display of flex. So if we save this, so okay, so so we're gonna give it a display of like, that's not very, it should not make a difference if we comment this out also, right? Or let's give it just because it will align our items like properly. Display flex is gonna align items up properly. If we don't do this, see, so if we don't do this, I'll bring my screen side by side just to show you. If we remove this, as you can see, they are not aligned now. Now they are properly aligned. That's the reason why I gave it there. So now what are we left with? So okay, we are done with styling this header container. Okay, we can start styling now. We can add the text here. Okay, the reason why, okay, I did this thing wrong here. Inside an href tag I kept an hr. So now as you can see, it is now pushed to center. I was thinking that why this isn't pushed to center. So now it's fine. Okay, so now outside of a div, we are gonna create the text which you saw right there. Let me bring it back here. Both are same anyways. So this one we're gonna make, so we're gonna see we are gonna create these texts, and then our form is pretty easy. So okay, so first let's style a silent button before that. Wait, okay, this is nothing, this one. Let's style a silent button before that. So to do that, we're gonna target our header button. So header underscore button, this one, dot header underscore of button, and then give a display of block, background color of some red kind of a color which Netflix uses, not exactly red. It was, I think, this one. This one, E50, width of 84 pixels, height of fit content, color of white, the text color, border of 0, and then font size of 15 pixels, and border radius of 3 pixels, padding of 8 pixels and 17 pixels, 8 pixels, 17 pixels. Then a cursor of pointer, not color, cursor of point, again color, 1 second, cursor of pointer, now it's good. and a text decoration of none. It will remove all those lines which you can see. Now let's save this and go back to our application. So it got some, I think we gave it wrong. Let's reduce the width a bit. So let's give a width of, I think we can give it off, let's 1 second, 70. So not 74, let's reduce to 64 then. 64 or 54 is fine then. Let's go back. As you can see now, it's looking better, exactly like that. Yep. So now we can have our text now. So for the text, go back to a header, then outside this div, create another div, name it header underscore underscore text. Inside this, create an h1, give it an class name of header underscore underscore text. Inside our inside our text, we are gonna target our we are going to give it a heading. This is the BEM rule, I think so. I might be wrong. So the Netflix says unlimited films, TV programs and more. Let's save this and create another h2 and give it a class name of I think subtitle is fine, header underscore underscore text underscore underscore subtitle, and then we're gonna say here watch anywhere, cancel anytime. Wait, the spelling is wrong. Cancel at any time. Save this. Let's see how does it appears. So let's style this now. We can see it barely. So let's make it look a bit better. So go back to style.css. Now we are gonna target our 1 second. This sort of pop-up appearing. Yeah. So I'm gonna target our header underscore text. It's basically the container right there. So give a display of flex, then a flex direction of column, and the border bottom of 8 pixels, border bottom of 8 pixels solid. This is the same border which we gave to earlier all the other components, and I give it a text line of center, give it a padding of 160 pixels and 45 pixels, then give it a padding top of 60 pixels. So I know that I could have kept in single line, but I just didn't want it to. Like I did it like they're being lazy. So okay, so as you can see now it is aligned centrally and looks perfectly nice. Let's style this text now. They are aligned now. Let's give it a styling to it. So we're gonna target our header underscore text. Inside this we're gonna target our heading. This is the reason why I love BEM, and it's so easy to give the names. Color of white, max width of 640 pixels. 640 pixels, not 64, it's 640 pixels. Then max width of, then we can give a font size of 50 pixels, and then a font weight of 500, and a margin of auto. If now we save this, go back to our application. As you can see now it looks pretty much better. Now we can go back to our, now we can target our subtitle, header underscore text subtitle. Yes, we're gonna give a bit of a same styling. Let's just copy paste this. Color we're gonna give it the same. Font size we don't need the max width here, so font size we're gonna give it of I think 26 pixels will work fine, and the font weight of normal, not 500. What the hell happened just now? I zoomed out, I think. I think do it control plus or control minus. Wait, it's zoomed out a lot. 1 second, guys. Okay, it's fine. I think yeah, it's same. I don't know. Normal, font weight of normal, and margin of 16 pixels and auto. Let's save this. Go back to our application. The style didn't change. I think we targeted wrong there. Then I think we name this the wrong spelling there, like the case. So okay, it's some kind. Now it looks same. Wait, so it looks bit same. It's exactly same now. I think I spelled programs wrong. I just copy this and now it's look better. Let's go back. So let's give it a media pixels. So when it's when the screen gets small, it automatically adjusts everything. Like it does not feel seems to go to like this. So let's do that. So we're gonna go to our styler CSS back again. We're gonna give a media query of max width of 600 pixels. So whenever it's 600 pixels, you're gonna do this. Target the header underscore text underscore heading. Give it a font size of 35 pixels. Basically reduce it. Then target the subtitle and even reduce its font size to I think 18 pixels. 18 pixels will work fine. If you go back, as you can see now it looks better. Let's give it give a less remove this extra padding here. So in order to do that, target we want to do it to 1000 pixels. We want to remove this at 1000 because it will work fine. Then 1000 pixels. Now we are going to target our header container dot header underscore container and give it a margin of 0 and 30 pixels. And if you go back, as you can see now it looks much better. Now let's add our remaining this ready to watch and this here. Sorry, it's not styled here because I was testing it here. If you go back to the original application, it should look like this. We don't have so. And guys, one more thing, I was planning to have a sorry for that, I was planning to create style components, project with style components also. So if you are interested in that, you can surely let me know. I'll do that for this. And one more thing we forgot to do is key. Let's give it a to button. Let's give it a over effect. So whenever then a cursor comes over it, we are gonna change the color slightly to slightly off red, not exactly red. 540612. Save this. Go back to your application. It should work. As you can see, no, the color didn't change. Okay, the color is not changing. Let's see why. Did we give it right? Header underscore button. Is this because of this extra spacing here? That was because of that. So as you can see, so okay, not this red. I think what's the problem here? Okay, so we gave it a color. Instead of color, we want to give it a background color. So this should look works fine now. As you can see, the colors changing slightly. It's like not off red, it's slightly bright red. Then now it's off, now bright. That doesn't make sense. So now we can continue. Now we're gonna add another text here. Not text now. Let me have a look. I think we can now add a opt form here. Right, to watch. So we'll simply add a opt form just by calling it outside of our h2. So opt form, not opt form. It's basically I name it form here. So from our, we're gonna call it from our index. So if we save this, it's imported, right? So if you go back to our application, as you can see, it's here. It's just perfectly responsive too. So let's give it a full screen, and as you can see, it looks much better. Now we are also done with our header. The next thing I'm going to do is with the, now I'm planning to now let's implement our React router DOM. Yep, we can start with our React router, and let's have a responsive test here. So let's go down. It's perfectly fine here, fine, exactly fine, no problem. Let's have a look. Wait, what the fuck, I'm testing my own application, Roll. And the actual application, the deployed one. So I have to test this. Okay, so we have some kind of an issue which we have to deal with. Yep, we have to deal with it. So as you can see, it has got some extra padding. We're gonna have to remove this now, and let's see. Okay, this one's fine, exactly fine. You can, yep, it's fine all over here, so that's fine. We can, yep, you can remove this extra padding or some, you can remove this if you want. I feel this one's much better when I was styling it, but it's all upon your choice. So let's give it a bit of a remove this extra padding. So we can, so we can do, we don't want this extra padding to be removed. One second, we don't want this extra padding to be removed over here, right? We want to keep it over here. So what, let's see why that's happening. Let's open the inspect. Okay, so here, so okay, sorry, I was doing that from my another monitor, sorry guys. So if you see this form, okay, it has not got any extra padding, right? Okay, ready to watch. So why is this happening? Okay, header underscore text. So we can like give it a max width to this, right? You can change its max width to I think 200 pixels. You can just mess around with it and it would be less. 400, 500, no, 400, it's fine. So if we see this, yep, that's look, sorry for this, yep, that looks much better. 400. Okay, so we'll just change the max width here to of this text, and rest is good. So okay, so is this good there, down there too? Okay, so there's no issue with here also. So we can just go to our form underscore text. We will, okay, so we'll grab this, we'll go to our form again. Let's open our form.css. It was header underscore the form underscore text. So we're going to give a max width of 300 pixels, right? Now if we refresh this, go to the top. Okay, so not 300 pixels, you have to increase this to 400 pixels. 400 pixels should look fine. Yep, that's looking exactly great. Okay, so now we'll to add a media, we'll do this in a media query. We can have, we'll just cut it from there and get a form underscore text dot form underscore text and paste it right here. 1000 pixels. Yep, let's see if it's good at 1000 pixels. So okay, let me refresh it. Let's open our application. Okay, it's good here, no problem either ways. Go back to the top. Let's see now. Okay, fine, exactly fine, no problem. Down, yep, that is also exactly perfectly fine. Now let's increase the size. Yeah, that's fine, exactly fine. Okay guys, so we are good to go now. We have successfully done the header. So now we can start with our login page, but before that, first of all, we are gonna implement our React router DOM so that we can switch between our pages and React. So let's start with React router DOM. Did we install React router DOM? I don't think so. Let me check in my package.json. Where's my package.json? No, React router DOM is not installed. So again, let me close this extra folders that are open. So again, go back to your application, create a new terminal, open a new terminal. If you are npm, then type npm install, and in my case I'm using yarn, then just I will write yarn add. React router DOM, React router DOM. Let's wait for it to install and then we'll start implementing it. So let's create two new components, or let's create two new pages. Yeah, so we'll create two new pages. Sign capital sign up.js, RAFC trick. Then here we are gonna have a sign in.js. Let's keep the I small and have an RAFCE. Let's create an index.js here also, like we did before. Index.js. So let me copy this one. There's no need to copy it. We'll do like export default as, not this, as home from /home. Copy 3 times. I'll change it to sign in now. Sign in. Here you change to sign up. And now we can pretty much implement, instead of importing it like this, we can import it from, okay, let's do it that auto import trick. We can remove this here. HRC pages index. So that's just one liner now. Save this. We should have the same thing right here. Yeah, we have the same thing. Okay, so now let's implement a React router. First let's say here h1 of sign in. It's sign up, sorry, sign up. Here again an h1 of sign in. I'll just change it to small h1. Okay, so now we can close this app.js. So the way you implement React router is this. So write import inside squiggly braces browser router T capital. I think we'll have a look later if it doesn't work, as router switch. That's it for now. And root also, root from React router DOM. Okay, so now we have to wrap all of our application to router, and let's have it there. So now inside of router we are gonna wrap again our application to a switch, to the switch. And then what we do is when we say route path is equals to, for example, I want a path to be, if it / like it's localhost 3000, or then I want to render my home. We can remove this div here, we don't need it anymore, even this. So we can, so we can do this and pages. I think we should see still everything should be same, no errors. Yeah, that's no error till yet. So now we are gonna add route and then give it a path of sign in. If the path is sign in, then I wanna render sign in, which I am gonna be importing from an index. So if I go back now, we'll face an error. So if I go to sign in, as you can see, we don't see anything, like we don't see a sign in page. That's because we have to write it exact here. I'm gonna tell the reason in a second. So let's go back. As you can see now, we can see a sign in here. So the reason why that was happening, because if we don't do exact here, then what happens is for the way React router works is so it will check, for example, our the link is localhost 3000. So router will check if there is any path which has /. So it will then, if it sees a /, then it will automatically render home. So it does not matter whatever you write here, it's gonna render home. It's gonna render home. So if you write, so that's the why it does not work. So in case, so there's one more trick you can avoid this. So you can write after the sign in. Now if you save this, it should still, now you could see the sign in. As you can see sign in, because so that's because it first check this. So it will first check the sign in. So if like this you do an another sign in, so if you write sign in up, then it would render sign in for. So we don't want it to be like this. We'll add an exact here. So we are gonna also write exact here. So now we should not have any problem. That's the reason why I wrote exact here. So now since we are done with React router, we can now pretty much start with our Firebase, I think. Let's see, I think we'll start with Firebase, or we'll first decide, and let's see. Okay guys, so now we'll be we'll be continuing our application. So first of all, I'll bring up the application. So sorry, 1 second. Yeah, so I just found some faults in here. So as you can see, when I click on the sign in page, as you can see, it reloads and there's redirects you to login page. So we don't want that. So in that case, what we're gonna do is we go back to our header.js, and where we are having our href tag, instead of this we're gonna have a link. This will avoid the refresh there, and in here also we are gonna have a link. So if we save this, I don't think we should have any kind of a refresh now. Let's refresh once more. Yeah, so now if we sign in, okay, so we have to give it a path where you wanna redirect to. So instead of href, you give 2 here. That's the same thing, href and 2, just not a difference in there. So that's the thing you do. Go open back your React application, click on sign in. As you can see, does not reloads and redirects you, right? So now essentially what we can do is let's have make a components of bit of working, and then we'll start implementing a Firebase. First let's create the form for login and sign up page, then we'll start adding a functionality. So first of all, we'll go back to wrap.js. You can essentially close this one. Did we create a form? Okay, so this one is okay. So we'll go back to wrap.js. So in here we are gonna give another path there. So instead of here we can say login. That does not makes it different. So and here, and we'll just copy this and paste it, and instead of this you're gonna say sign up, and then we're gonna have a sign up page. If we have there, yeah, we have it there. So if you go to sign up, as you can see, a sign up page renders. So first of all, we will start signing with a login page. There's not much difference between login and sign in, so we can start doing that. So first of all, we are gonna create a new folder. We are gonna name it okay, we'll do one thing here. Instead of login, just say here sign in, just to make it consistent, because we'll be every time saying sign in and then login doesn't looks good. So inside of, go back to your form, inside, not form, header, sorry, inside of your header, you say here sign in, right? So okay, so now it's sign in, actually SIG and sign in. So now if we, so it works there. So now we'll create 2 new folders. First let's have so we're gonna create 2 new folders. First of all, you're gonna name it sign in, and then we're gonna create a new file there. We're gonna name signin.js, then style.css. Inside of signin.js, we're gonna do the same RAFC trick, and here we are gonna display an h1 which says hi from sign in. Let's keep it hello, not hi, hello from sign in. So go back to your index.js, import and export it there. So instead of header, we are gonna say, one second, sorry for that. Okay, I was pressing D there. So okay, so instead of this, we are gonna say sign in. Yep, that's it. And here we are gonna say sign in because that's our folder name is capital I. So we're gonna go back to our pages, and instead of rendering h1, we are gonna import a sign in page there. I think we don't need, okay, let's keep it sign it there. So it does not auto import for us, I think. Yeah, or it does. Sign up. Okay, it's giving only sign up. What we can do is key, instead of having, okay, let's do like this way. If you want, you can like have only just one file there, because only, you know, because this is gonna be just one line code there, not more than one line. So if you wanna have, you can directly import sign in also, or else directly import sign in. That's much better. There's no need to create these two pages. So essentially you don't need now index also here. That's just one line. Okay, we'll be using it for browse page. Yep, so instead of sign in, we are gonna say sign in from, but we're not got imported from there. We're gonna import from right here. So go back to our app, not close this, remove sign in, sign up from here, and now so now just say import sign in, sorry for that, sign in from, not from dot slash component slash index, not index. So yep, that's it, and just have it in, we don't need sign up for now. We'll just say to an h1 hello from sign up. So there's one extra tag right there. I'm gonna remove it, save this, go back to the application. I hope we don't see any errors. Yeah, we don't see hello from sign in. Let's check out with the sign up page. Does that work? Yep, sign in is also working fine. Okay, so now we can start selling a sign in. So the way this is gonna work is key, first of all, the same thing we're gonna do. First of all, we are gonna have our main, like the only the HTML, then we're gonna start with the CSS. So we're gonna name this to give class name of sign in. We're gonna give it a class name of sign in. Then in here we're gonna have an h1 that will say an error. We're gonna like add the JS later. So this one's gonna be a title, h1 title, which says sign in there. Sign in, we can pretty much remove the h1 that is below it. We don't need that. So now here we're gonna say an error. So you just feel hard code it for now and later change it there. Sign in underscore of error, and then here we say, hey, you got an error. Just for now, we're gonna display a real error later. Form, then we have a form which we are gonna give a class name of sign in form, sign in underscore form. Inside of this form, the reason why I'm creating this form, because then the, like, when you enter a form, then the enter won't work. I'll explain you what I meant to say is key. I'll open, okay, let's leave. Like basically I cannot get an error, like I don't know where's the application is now. It's just not working for some reason. Anyways, so okay, so what I meant to say is key, the enter key won't work when you're like entering your email and password, then you wanna hit enter, that enter key won't work, like it won't submit you on clicking on enter. So that's why we need that's why you add a form here. So inside of this, we're gonna have an input of class name of form underscore input, then, and we are gonna give a type of an email. Type is equals to email, and then we are gonna give a placeholder of email address. Email address, and we just save this just because this is CSS styles it. So we are now gonna pretty much start copying it. So we need it 2 times, right? Yeah, we need one for email and one for password. So this is gonna be a password, and this is gonna be a password right here. So we are gonna give a class name also to form underscore pass input. No, we'll keep it input right here. Yeah, inputs, it will keep input here. So now we're gonna create a button of a class name of form underscore button, which is gonna say sign in. If we save this, we should now see something on a screen. Yeah, we see this one. This is automatically filled by the Chrome. That's why we gave it an basically the type of email and password, so Chrome knows what to fill in there. So that's the reason why I did it. And now outside of this form, we are gonna have in p tag, which is gonna say class name is equals to form, not form, sign in underscore text. You can, like, if you wanna be too strict with the BEM, then you can like have an sign in also, and then sign in underscore form. But I just did it like this here. Then class name of this one, and then we are gonna say here new to Netflix. Then inside of here we are gonna have a link here with the class name of sign in underscore link, and then we are gonna give a 2 is equal to slash sign up, and which is gonna say to Netflix sign up, which is gonna say sign up now. So if we save this, okay, we need to import our link there. I did it, VS Code did automatically for me, as you can see up there. So I recommend you to like install VS Code. It's just very nice, like the editor, very popular editor used by most of the developers. So this is pretty much all the form which you need. Now we'll start styling it. So in order to style it, we are gonna again go to a style.css. First let's import it. So import ./style.css. So if we save this, so okay, now we can start with styling it. So first of all, what we are gonna target a sign-in component, like the sign-in component, and then I'm gonna say display of flex, then flex direction of column, minimum height of 660 pixel, border color. So this is the border color which we are gonna give. Where's the border color? We are gonna give it of a RGBA. Then we are gonna give it a 0,0,0,0.75. So now we are gonna give a border radius of 5 pixels, and then width of 100%, margin of auto, and then a max width of 450 pixels, padding of 60 pixels, 68 pixels, and 40 pixels, and a margin bottom of 100 pixels. If we save this, go back to the application, as you can see everything is now bit of a sort of a centered here, right? So we can now continue. Okay guys, one more thing here. Let me bring up my application. I think we are missing a footer here. Okay, so let me bring up my, like I'm just so now we need a header over here. So first of all I'll show you how to get the header there. So basically the only thing you need to do is we go to app.js, up above our sign in, just say you're gonna say form, sorry for that, you're gonna say what was the name of our header. It was header, right? So which is gonna be imported from our components. So that's the reason I just forgot to, like, why I was using the pages, but now like I don't want to go back and import it there. So anyways, so just give it a header here, and now if you go back to the application, we should see a header. So now in a header we don't want to see this, we don't want to see this sign button, and as you can see all of this thing which you can see right here, right? So we don't want to have this even. And if I open my original Netflix application, as you can see the sign in page which you see here is inside of this header, right? So we don't obviously want that key now. So for that what we are gonna do is so here, like, it is inside of our header, as you can see, like it's not outside of it, it's the same thing. Let me remove this. So it's the same thing, like this, all of this thing is inside of header. So what you're gonna do is we're gonna send up props there. First of all we're gonna remove this whole background, this right here, and this sign in button. So in order to do that, what we can do is first of all we send up props there. I'll open the header. So it accepts the prop name show, which is gonna be default to true. If no prop is passed, then the default value is gonna be true. So now what we're essentially gonna do is first of all we pass this prop as a false there. So where we are now importing a header, we're gonna say show is equals to false, right? So here, go back to now header.js. This all thing we need to do in this. So now first of all let's think what all we don't want. So the thing we don't want is our sign in button and this opt form, right? So in order to do that, what we'll do is we'll have an JSX here, and then we are gonna say if show is true, then like if the value is true, if then only you display me this button. So just paste it here, and if we save this, go back to the application, now we should not see sign in. As you can see, the sign in page, the sign in button is not there. The same thing we're going to do with this opt form. So here same thing you have to do. So you can, so we'll create another show. So if show is true, then you display me this, or else I don't want this, right? So just paste it, and let's see, it should not disappear. As you can see, now it is disappeared. So the home page should not have it disappeared. As we go, as you can see, it automatically compacts. So this is the only thing we did. Now the next thing we're gonna do is we are gonna have this inside our header. So in order to do that, we need to basically we need to have some way like all of this thing gets rendered inside of this. So there are two options: either call your header inside of the sign page inside of this, or only when show is equals to false, and then we're gonna call this. You can do that also, and another way is to also make it accept children. So it will accept the children right there, and then in here we are gonna render our children. So this is what basically does this so now we can, inside of it, the self logic, now it will accept, it will render everything which we write in here. For example, h1, hello, I am children. So now it's gonna accept this. As you can see, it comes right there, right? So we are gonna have all of this this header, this sign in page inside the header, right? So if I cut this from here and paste it, then it will then now if I open my application back again, Now you should see sign in there. As you can see, it displays all of our sign in page inside of this, right? So this is the thing which you want, and now we can continue styling it. So we'll go back to our sign in there, and we need to have a footer also right here. So outside of our header, we are gonna import our footer from our index, and now hopefully we should see footer. Yep, and here's a footer. So now let's continue styling this one, right? So go to signin.js. We have a sign-in class. Okay, so instead of this to be border color, it has to be background color. I'll tell you the reason why. So background color, so this is the reason for the background color. Give this kind of a nice background color there. So, and the border radius has to be 5 pixels. That's correct. And we can now continue with the, now we'll start a styler error. So dot sign in underscore of error, which we are gonna give a background of sort of a red color. So it is something E87CO3. Is a red kind of a red color you're gonna give. You're gonna give a border radius of 4 pixels, then a font size of 14 pixels, then a margin of 0, 0 and 16 pixel, 0, 0, 16 pixels, and then a color of white, and a padding of 15 and 20 pixels, padding of 15 pixels and 20 pixels, right? So go back to our application. As you can see now, our error looks much cleaner now, right? That's what we wanted. Now let's continue with the form. So to our form, we're gonna give we have first target it and say dot sign in underscore form. I'm gonna give it a display of flex direction of column, then max with the 450 pixels, not 45, 450, and then a width of 100%. If you save this, as you can see, like everything is now aligned. So now we'll style our title now. Dot sign in underscore title. So title, we are gonna give a color of sort of a brown, which is hashtag 737373. That's the color. Font size of 16 pixels, and the font width of 500. 500. Did I start the recording? Okay, it started. I thought I didn't start it. Font width of 500 and font size of 16 pixels. That's fine. Not 16 pixels. Okay, it not has to be title. It has to be the text which we write there. Okay, sorry for that. So this has to be the, now we style this thing, right? Now let's style this title there. So this is almost the same. We can just copy paste it there. Instead of text, we're gonna have a title here, and we're gonna give a font size of 32 pixels, and a color of white, which is FFF, same thing, and then a font weight of bold. Not this, what, just font weight of bold, font size of then we don't need a font weight. Okay, font weight of bold, font size of, and margin bottom of 28 pixels. 28 pixels. Now if I save this, yeah, it is not styled right now. Yeah, it's styled. Yeah. So as you can see now, our sign in looks much better. So now we'll continue with styling our first let's style a link now, like this link which you see right there. So now we are gonna say dot form underscore link. Inside this, we're gonna target our a tag. To that, we're gonna give a color of white, text decoration of none. Then inside a form link a on hover, then we're gonna give a text decoration of underline. that's pretty much we want to do. Let's test if that works. That doesn't works. Did I style it right? Okay, it's sign in underscore link, not form underscore link. So we can change it to sign in underscore link. So that should work now, most probably. We refresh. It does not work if we remove a right here, and that should not be the reason for that, but even this. Okay, so now it works after removing the a. Don't know the reason for that. So the on hover does not still works. So as you can see now it's working. That's fine. So now we have only 3 things to left to style this component right here. So let's continue styling that. So we'll target our input. So we have named it dot form underscore of input. So to this we're going to give a background of sort of a brown color, hashtag 333. Inside this border radius of 4 pixels, then border of 0, and then color of white, not black, white, then height of 50 pixels, not height, 50 pixels, and then line height of 50 pixels, line height of 50 pixels, and a padding of 5 and 20 pixels, 5 pixels and 20 pixels, and a margin bottom of 20 pixels, margin bottom of 20 pixels. If we save this, as you can see, this now looks much cleaner, much better, right? So now we can style this silent component here, the silent button there. So now we are gonna have target a button, and also now we also want to have an extra padding there. As you can see, like it has a bit of an extra padding here. So in order to do that, what we are going to do is give you a dot form underscore input, and then we're going to give a last of type. So it will do the last the last element that contains this class name. To that we're going to give a margin bottom of 30 pixels. Now if we save this, as you can see, it added a padding right here, right? Not so it has got an extra padding right here. So now let's style a button here. So we're going to target a dot form underscore button. To this we're going to give a background again kind of a red. So it is E50914. Yeah, that's the one. Border radius of 4 pixels again, and then a font size of I think 16 pixels. Yeah, 16 pixels. Font weight of bold, and then a margin of 24 pixels, 0, 12 pixels, then a padding of 16 pixels, then a border of 0, color of white, then a cursor of pointer. If we save this, as you can see now, a silent component also looks cleaner, better, and now pretty much we are done with the silent also. So I think now if we have this one here, what does it says? If you have what's the error, it will show, it most probably has to show an error. As you can see, it shows an error. So what is to has to say now, like 1 second. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, so if we can have let's, okay, now we need to have this text right here. As you can see, we'll add this there also too. And now let's reduce it with, I don't know why its width is too big there, I think. Okay, let's reduce it with, what's the max width I give there? 450 pixels, width of 100 pixels, minimum height of 660 pixels, right? Width of 100%. What if I give it a 350 then? Okay, so now, okay, so 350 looks better. So now this is kind of a same. Yeah, okay, so now this is same. So we can have a text right here. So for the text, we're gonna give a class name of info text there. 1 second. So we're gonna create a new p tag and give a class name of sign in underscore of info text. So you can keep this T capital just to not make it confusing. And then we are gonna say this thing. I'll just copy paste it from my second monitor. Give me a second. I'll just paste this, and let's go back. And as you can see, now we need to style this. So we'll go back to our CSS, and what were the styles that we need to give it here? So go at the bottom of your application, and now so guys, okay, to in order to style this, first of all we are gonna target 1 second. Yeah, okay, so in order to style this, first of all we are gonna this text, and we are gonna target our the class name, a class that is of info text. So to this we are gonna give a, sorry for that, we are gonna give a margin top of 10 pixels, margin top of 10 pixels, and the font size of 13 pixels, 13 pixels, a line height of normal, and in color of hashtag 8c, hashtag 8c 8c 8c. So if we save this, go back, we should see its style. Yep, now it's look better. So is it the same? I think I changed. I'm not sure for that. Did it change or not? Just give me a second. My original application is loading. Just a second. So okay, so now in order to style this, yeah, so now it's styled, it's the same which we wanted. So okay, so now in order to style this further, like we're gonna add a sign up page here, then we'll start with the sign in, like adding the functionality there. So to style that, first of all, obviously we are gonna go to a sign up page, sign up. To this we are just gonna have a new file of sign up.js. we don't need a sign in file here, because all of the stuff we'll be using is from like all the CSS we have already done here. This is going to use the same styling which we use here, so we can pretty much just copy it. Yeah, we can copy it, sorry for that. Copy, go back to your sign up, and then just paste it in there, import the link component, and just save this, and from your index just export it. So we named it sign up. Save your file, go back to your pages, home.js. okay, so go back to wrap.js, and inside so render the same thing here, but instead of this we're gonna have a sign up there. So instead of this, just have an sign up, which is, yeah. So if you go back to our application, go to our sign up page now, as you can see, like it's the same thing, but obviously we're gonna like have an, where's the footer? We can see footer, right? Can we see back there? Yeah, we can see back there. So I don't think we added there. Yeah, we need to add it here. So we will say a footer, and just save this. Go back to your sign up. As you can see, we see our footer, right? So now let's add, so here we're gonna have one more input, and instead of sign in, this gonna say sign up, and pretty much this, instead of this case, this is gonna sign in, sign up. So just the naming, we're gonna change the names pretty much. So first of all, go back to your home page, signup.js, copy the input field, give a type of name, and placeholder first name. Save this, give me a second. Okay, so I just switched to incognito there just because in the original recording up there it actually revealed my password, like the Chrome automatically fills a password, right? So it revealed my password anyways. So now we are gonna have a sign up there, like we are gonna change pretty much the name. So instead of this we are gonna say sign up, and then let me bring up the original application also there, localhost 3000 this one, right? So let's just check what all we have in a sign up. Okay, sorry, I was doing around second monitor, I didn't realize it. So okay, this is gonna say this, so pretty much the same thing. Okay, so this is all the same. I'm gonna just have, okay, so we are gonna give a sign up. Where's a sign up? 1 second. Yeah, so here we change it to sign up, right? Then we wanna have a on a button. Where's a button? So wait, how does it say sign up? It should say sign in, right? 1 second. Okay, so I most probably have changed this anyways. And okay, so okay, this is this one, so it should say sign in. This is gonna say already to Netflix, this Netflix question mark, and instead of sign in we are gonna say sign up. Control S, go back to your sign up, and now you most probably should see, okay, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, everything's working well. We want the same thing, and here link we can go give a tour of sign in. So let's check if everything's worked, then we can start with implementing a Firebase. So as you can see, we are able to redirect to sign up, sign in, everything's working. So the next thing you're gonna do is we'll start implementing a Firebase. So give me a second, I'll open up my Firebase on my another monitor. So the pretty much the only thing you need to do is go to Google console.firebase.google.com. so you should be automatically redirected to this one. I'm not gonna be using this account there, I'm gonna use this account. So sorry if you see many accounts. Yeah, this is the account I'm gonna be using. So here I'm gonna click on add project and give the name. So in my case I'm gonna give it off Netflix clone YTRD. Then I'm gonna continue. I don't need this, you can like enable it if you want, it does not matters. So we'll wait for this to like happen. It will set up all of your app, make everything working. So that's the thing, we are using Firebase for authentication. We need it for authentication. Then after this we're gonna go with our this browse page. Okay, let's wait, it's almost done. Yep, it's done. You should click on you should, after clicking on continue, you should be redirected to this page. In here click on web, give it a name, it does not matter here. So you can give Netflix, then click on, okay, you don't need this right here, like we'll need in this, but not at the moment. So we'll click on continue to console once it's done. Yeah, so we now go to your settings, product settings, go to config here, and here you should see this thing. So now first of all we need to find some way to like our application is able to use our Firebase. So first of all, like basically what I'm meant to say is like in order to use Firebase we need this keys here, so that you can so that it automatically connects to my database, this database here, this Firebase database. So in order to do that, first of all we are going to work with the context here. So you can collapse these folders. We don't components for now, pages for now, we don't need all this for now. So I'll create a new folder, I'll name it context. Before that we are gonna create a lib folder, lib library. Then in here we are gonna name firebase dot product prod.js, right? So you can name it for like development or anything, it's all your wish. So here we are gonna have like make up a put or like make setup our app Firebase, so that our application will automatically connect to our Firebase. So to do that, what we are going to do is we are first of all we are going to import a Firebase. So import Firebase from Firebase. Okay, so first of all we need to install, like add the Firebase directory to like the Firebase package to our this application. So if you are using npm, then type npm install Firebase, or if you are on yarn, that then just type yarn add Firebase. So we'll wait for this to happen, like get be installed. Okay, so like it will, the reason I am waiting for it just because I'll get the suggestions there. Until unless I install, I won't get any suggestions there, so it makes your typing a bit faster. So let's wait for it. By the time we can have, okay, let's wait for this to I don't know why it's taking time, it usually does not. Okay, anyways, let's wait there. So we can, by the time we can add a context there. So the context, okay, let me check. Yeah, so the context is just a 2-line context. So we are gonna name it Firebase context.js. In here, first of all, we are just gonna export const Firebase context is equals to create context, which make sure to import from your Firebase from your, like just import it from React. And in here we are gonna give an initial value of null. We are gonna change this value in our index.js. So to do that, go to our index.js, this home directory index.js. Then in here, first of all, inside this React strict mode, create a call a Firebase context. Inside this, we are gonna have provider there. So in which value here. So in here we are gonna be giving the Firebase value, like the Firebase credentials. So any file can use Firebase. We don't need to again and again like import and import there. So it will make it available from throughout all of our application. It should make our context available. Okay, so it says there appears to be trouble with the internet connection, so that means my internet connections just working. Okay, so it was working for that moment. Anyways, so in order to check this works, what we are going to do is go to your this thing, open your inspect. Then in here, okay, I don't see my components tab there, why this is happening. Okay, so if I open my original, like from my original Chrome, so okay, just let me open this, Control V. Okay, so my password's not revealed here. Okay, so I'm gonna click on inspect. So it should so okay, so just install the React this extension, and it tells you all of this. It's like the all of your files project structure, so that that's very useful while debugging. So as you can see, we see a context are provided, then it means context is available throughout our all application. So okay, now I don't need this. So the next thing we want to do, since our Firebase is installed, we will go back to our firebase.product.js. Inside this, first of all, we are going to import Firebase, that is from firebase/app, and then we are going to import our auth, that is from Firebase, inside this Firebase/auth. Then we are going to say const Firebase is equals to Firebase dot initialize app, and then now we're gonna go back to our this here, what you say this, what is this, Firebase. You're gonna go back to a Firebase, copy this credentials here, just copy this and paste in here, and just export, just say export Firebase. So now go back to our index.js and here give a value of Firebase. Make sure you import it. Oh, my auto import's not working for some reason. The reason is I don't know. So okay, I'll manually import it there from up. So we are gonna say import Firebase from /lib/firebase.prod. Go back to our application. Hopefully we should not see any errors. I think okay, so I am most probably it's working. So now we'll go back to our sign in. So now we can now pretty much start adding a login and sign up functionality. So first of all, let's start with the login. So inside of our login, wait, let me open this. You can close this. Go to your components, go to a sign in page, and inside the sign in page, so first of all we are gonna create two states. We are gonna name email, set email is equals to use state of initial is gonna be this, like the empty string initial value, const password, and set password is equals to use state of empty string, the initial value. And now, so in order to make whatever the input which user types, so like this is the input, so user is typing, so we need to make it available, right? We need to make it some way that the Firebase access it. So for that we are using state. So here what we are gonna say in an email password, we are gonna give a value of email, and now we also wanna set it like this, change whenever user types it, we wanna change the value also. For that we are gonna have an arrow function and which is gonna accept an event, and then we are gonna say set email to dot target dot value. So we are gonna do same thing with the password too. So up there, so instead of this we are gonna change to password, and here instead of set email it's gonna say set password. So the next thing is we want to do is key. We are gonna have an error, like the error which we see there. So error and set error is equals to use state of an empty string. So now as you can see this error thing here, so we only want to see if an error is there. We don't want to see this red like this here. So in order to do that, like the error here, so if error exists then only we want to see this here. So what we are going to do is key, first of all you're going to check if an error is there, like if there is a value in error, then only with the and none. So this is basically the ternary operators. So just copy paste, cut it here and just paste it. So if we save this, now you should not see this error here. If we refresh, as you can see the error is gone. So now here if we say anything, for example error from state, so and instead of sign in we say here instead of this we are gonna, if we say error, like the message which the error is there. So now as you can see error it displays. So this is a pretty much thing we are gonna doing it. So now but this error is gonna be set through being automatically set through a Firebase. So the next thing we're gonna do is have a importer Firebase. So we want to access a Firebase there, and we want to say from and then use context, and you want to use it from a Firebase context. So this is, so now we have a Firebase ready with on this file. You can pretty much use it now. So now we are going to create a function which we are going to name to handle submit, which is an arrow function, and then it will take an event which is gonna say, with now we are gonna say event dot prevent default, to just because it won't allow it to refresh our page. So like our page won't refresh on submitting, which is the default behavior of an web HTML, like which is the default behavior of our web page. So now we are gonna say, so now in here we are we are gonna be writing the Firebase logic. So here we are gonna be saying Firebase dot auth, and then we are gonna say dot sign in with email and password. Then we are gonna pass here. Okay, so this should be capital here just because we don't see here. So we should see suggestions here. As you can see the suggestions again. So we are gonna type here email. We are gonna pass email and password respectively there, and then if it's then it will return you an promise. So promise gives you dot then and dot catch. So if it's successful, if our promise is successfully returned, then we are gonna say dot then. Now we are gonna push our user to browser. So to do that, gonna use an React router DOM hook, which is use history. So this is the syntax to use history, like it is the way to do it. So now we are gonna say history dot push. Now now we're gonna push to our browse, right? So you're gonna say dot slash browse. But in case if it's not successful, like you get an error, so then we're gonna say dot then. If it's not successful, then we're gonna say dot catch, which will pass you an error, and which will say, now in here we are gonna set our email to empty string, to our password also empty string, but our error, so we're gonna say set error to error dot message. So if I save this, so obviously we won't see anything, like it won't work. As you can see, like nothing's working just because we did not add it there. So now we're gonna say on submit. We'll say on submit is equals to handle submit. So if we save this, now we should have, now first of all, if I just click on sign in, now we should have an error. As you can see, it says the email is badly formatted. So now if I enter one of my email there, if I click on sign in, it should say there's no user. Okay, so the reason for this error is because this error only comes when you have not enabled Firebase. So this won't come when there's a real error. So the error is because this message is in the array brackets, right? So that's not in case. So now what you're gonna do to solve this error, you're gonna go to a Firebase, click on this authentication. You can and when you click on authentication, you'll be redirected to this page. Click on get started. Wait for this. So basically we are enabling our email authentication from our Firebase. So just click on email and password and click on enable and save. So as you can see, it said email and password enable. So now let's check. It should say the user doesn't exist. So as you can see, it says that exactly same. There's no user record corresponding. So basically there's no user with this credential. So in order to make this work, we are gonna now add sign up page. So like the sign up functionality, so that is sign up is also pretty much the same. So let's go to our sign up again. Let me open that. So I can copy this 3 lines here. These are gonna be the same in sign up too. So we'll import our use state, and then we're also gonna have an name here, cons name, set name, is equals to use state of an empty string. So now inside of this email inside of this input, same thing, we're gonna give a value is equals to name on change event handler. Gonna say it's gonna take an event set name, it's capital, okay, so it has to be small there. So we're gonna say set name to e dot target dot value. So the same thing goes for the next two inputs, so which are gonna say password, email here, and then this is gonna say set password for okay, so it's gonna be set email, set email, and then in here we are gonna say to this to password and this to set password. If we save this, go back to the application, we should see no errors. Yep, no errors. That means working fine. So now here we also gonna have an error. We're gonna check if error exists, then we wanna have an error, and instead of this, okay, so instead of hard coding it, we're gonna say error.message. No, only error, not error.message. Okay, so it has to be this and then this. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, that's fine. So now we should, if we refresh, as you can see, you don't see our error there. Okay, nice. So now we can add a logic there. Okay, one more thing I forgot to do in sign in is here we would, so like the way we are doing, like if there's no email, like the user submitting, right? So the thing we are gonna do is we're gonna disable it. Like we won't make a user like he won't be able to click it there, right? So to do that, we are gonna have an invalid const. We're gonna create an variable name invalid, which is gonna check it's gonna say is invalid, right? Not invalid, const invalid, which is gonna be a boolean value, which is gonna check if password is equals to an empty string or, okay, it says password, right? I'm doing something wrong because okay, so it's not gonna be, okay, 1 second. Okay, so it's gonna be triple equals to const triple equals to this, and or if even email is equals to an triple equals to an empty string, then it's gonna be true. So now inside of button, it accepts an property named disable, which it will make it disable if the value which you are passing is true, so which in our case is invalid. And also now we want to change our class name, like we want to make our button like the change our color of a button. So as you can see, it's like bit of off color, right? So that is the thing which we want, and it does anything when you click on it. That's the thing we are doing right here. So to do that, we are gonna check key. If it is invalid, then we will add a class name of invalid also. So fill you the ternary string concatenation, so which is gonna say if which is gonna have an class name of form underscore button. And now, so inside of so this is the way you use ternary operators. So here, so it's gonna check is invalid. Wait, I just said ternary operators, it's the string concatenation there. So this is the way you use it. So it's gonna check is invalid, and if it is true, then it's gonna add a class name of disable. So now inside of style.css, so we are gonna do dot disable. We are gonna give a opacity of 0.5, right? Save it, go back to our application, original application. So as you can see, when we refresh, so this error is gone. As you can see, like we are not able to click it, and as soon as we, okay, not this, as soon as we type it here, okay, so I won't be able to show you, this might be the color changes, right? So this is now sign up page is complete. As for now, we can work on sign up there. So it will do the same thing with sign up. Sorry if I'm being too fast because the video is already too long and only completed ASAP. If you're not understanding anything, you can DM me or message in the like write in the comments. I will answer all of your comments, all the comments. I'm obviously will not get the huge amount of comments at this point, but you don't know when you get the subscribe anything. Okay, so let's continue. So here we are gonna create a function. Okay, so first add the invalid thing, right? So we'll do the pretty much the same thing. Go to sign-in.js. Sorry if you hear that noise. I can do anything for that, because if I to avoid the sign, I can't do anything, literally not anything. So that's my grandfather. I can do anything, sorry for that. So name is equals, it's gonna check name is equals to an empty string. So we're gonna save this. Same thing, I'll just copy paste it there, because it's no sense like explaining it once, so typing it all, because these are pretty much the same things, right? We go back to sign up. So where's a button here, and you're gonna change it to sign up. Material, you're gonna style that, not material UI are prettier. We're gonna make this look better. So as you can see, it's working. So now let's start with the logic there. So first of all, we are gonna again create a function of an handle submit. Const handle submit is equals to, it's gonna take an event, and then we're gonna say e.prevent default and then we are gonna again have a Firebase there. So const Firebase is equals to use context Firebase context, right? So auto import, make sure you import it. VS Code automatically does for me. Okay, so we are gonna now same thing, written Firebase dot auth, then dot create user with email and password. Okay, so now we are gonna pass email and password here. So in order to make a name available to our Firebase, what we are gonna do is we are gonna have a dot then. So dot then, so inside this now we are gonna, it will pass in 1 second. So yeah, inside the dot then it will, okay, so I did this a bit wrong, sorry for that. So dot then is gonna have an get an parameter. It will pass in parameter. We'll get a parameter of response, which is gonna and then it will be an arrow function there. So now it's gonna say res dot user. It will take that user and then update its profile to display name of name. Display name to, it will gonna set this to name, and after it, this is also successful after being, so it will also return a promise, and if this is also successful, then it will so dot then so we are gonna have a React hook history here. So const history is equals to use history. So now it's gonna say history dot push to, okay, so whites, and okay, let me check, dot history dot push inside a slash to browse. So let's check the, sorry guys for that noise, I'm actually sorry. So the reason for this is this, it's gonna be, it has to be an arrow function, right? So this is fine there, history.push slash browse. Or if all of this is unsuccessful, like just save, I'll save this just because it picks up pretty much cleaner there. So if all of this is still unsuccessful, like if the user is not passed, then we are gonna catch that error So you're gonna say not here, here, right? Okay, so let me check. So this is for this is for this thing. So we are gonna have it after one. Okay, so we're gonna have it after head, so then it's gonna catch, and then we are gonna just copy it from my original code. So 1 second. I'm gonna paste it there. We have an error there because we need to add this here. Okay, another big fat error. I think this is for this extra space, right? If we save this, let's test. Does that work? Let me add my name, which is Pulkit. Then let's add an address of like test@1 gmail.com and give a password of 123456. Okay, 123456. Click on sign up. Okay, so nothing happened because we did not add it to a form. So we are gonna give an on submit is equals to handle submit. Okay, I hope my this auto looks okay. I will use React.js here and give a full kit, and let's add and sign up there. Okay, so as you can see, we are redirected to browse. That means it worked. And if you go back to Firebase, go to this users, as you can see, we got an email also right there. So now if our login components work, we should be able to log in also. So okay, let's go to sign in. This was the email that we used, and if we sign in, as you can see, we are signed in. We didn't got any error. So that means our this is fully working, and that's great. It's fully working, and now we can continue with our browse page. So let's start, guys. So for the browse page, okay guys, so the next thing we're gonna be doing is, give me a second, let me bring up the application once more. So it's the application, right? So let's go to browse. So the next thing we're gonna do is, first of all we add a browse page there, the first and the foremost. So let's copy this. Okay, first let's add the browse page there. So inside of new file we are gonna add a browse.js. inside same /ce, which is gonna say h1 hello from browse, right? So inside of, then go to app.js, then inside of a root, go to, 1 second, let me check, is the recording on? Yep, it's on, I think. Yep, it's on. Wait, my audio is coming. Yep, it's coming. Sorry. Okay, so I'm just sitting there. So so root exact path of, you're gonna give it a browse, and then instead of this we are gonna have a browse. It's gonna be imported, exported from there. Go back there, refresh. As you can see hello from browse. So the next thing I'm gonna do is as you can see, like, if even though the user is logged in, he can access the sign in page. So I don't want that. So for that, like, what I want is, if the user is logged in, then he should remain at the sign in page, or if he's logged out, then he should not be getting access to our sign up page, right? So in order to do that, he'll be adding a private route, so the user automatically gets redirected to it, right? So like so let's start with that. So first of all, we can close this components. We'll create a new folder here, which we'll name it as helpers. Inside this helpers, we're gonna create a new file. We'll name it roots. It's roots or out, I don't know exactly. Anyways, so okay, so in here, first of all, we're gonna do import React from React. So basically now we are like adding the private roots here, so the user is not able to, like, he gets automatically redirect if he's logged in, on depending on if he's logged in or logged out. Okay, so here first of all we're gonna create a function, export function is user, it's gonna be I capital is user redirect, which is gonna accept then user, then a logged logged in path children and the rest of the props. And then here we are gonna return route. Make sure to import it from React router. Here you're gonna say .react rest, and then let me add in self-closing tab. And then here we are gonna we're gonna add a render property. The render is equals to, which is gonna be an arrow function, which is gonna be like this. So if we'll check if there's no user, then return children, and if there's user, if the user exists, then return then we're gonna redirect to inside this path name to the logged in path, which we are gonna pass all of this stuff later from our app, which I'm gonna tell you in a sec. So there's also gonna be a self-closing, and then here we're gonna return null. Save this like this. Then outside of this, create another function, export function protected route, and here which is gonna accept user children and again rest. So here we're gonna pretty much do the same thing. So it's gonna say return, then it's gonna say route, then it's gonna spread the props. Let me close it 1 second so that we don't see an error. Not this way, yeah. Rest, then render is equals to this. Make sure you do like this is the like destructuring location, and then it's gonna be an arrow function there. So we're just gonna check if user exists, then return children, or if or if user does not exist, then return and redirect to 2 is equals to 2 is gonna be like this, yeah, to path name of sign in, and then state of this, okay, 1 second, yeah, arrow, and then state to and from location, right? So you can close it here, and then after this we will return null. So this is pretty much all the thing which is going to be in routes.js, which is pretty easy. There's not much to be understood here. So now we need to change our app.js file structure right here. So we don't need we'll delete all of this here, and we don't need switch and router here. Rest of the things we're gonna be using. So we'll just remove these imports. Okay, so here we're gonna have an is user redirect. We're gonna pass user is equals to user, which we are gonna create in a moment, and which we are gonna say here logged in path is equals to /browse, and path is equals to /sign in, and it's gonna be an exact and then we are gonna say render sign in. So just copy this, and then here inside of the sign in, we are gonna have an sign up, and here we are gonna have an sign up right here, and then we have created protected root. Make sure to import it, and here we are gonna again pass our user is equals to user, and then we are gonna say path of /browse, and then we are gonna say an exact, and then includes this, and we're not gonna render our browse there, right? So browse, then you can pretty much copy this, and here okay, so we need, with the sign in, we also need a header, and show is equals to false. Okay, show is equals to false, and outside of this, say we're gonna close this, same thing, and then we're gonna also have a footer this way, sign up. Then instead of this, we're gonna say sign up, and then that's pretty much only thing we needed for now. So here okay, we can change this, start changing this now. Login / and path will be this thing only slash, and then here we are gonna say home. So is user redirect router, it's correct. Okay, so the next thing is we need to have this user. So this user is basically the user value, whether the user exists or it does not exist, like the if we haven't, like if the user is logged in or not. So this is gonna tell us that. So for that, we'll create a new file, we'll name it auth listener inside our context folder. Make sure you're inside the context folder, and here we are gonna first of all import. Okay, we don't need React here, importing React, so we're gonna export default function or use auth listener, then like this, and then here we are gonna have an const user. So this use state, so we're gonna add a use state. This is not gonna be the normal use state, it's gonna be the functional use state here. So you'll just see in a moment. What I meant to say is the use state. So here we are gonna say JSON. So basically we are storing the value and getting the value from our local storage, right? Like all the value will be stored in local storage. So with the next time that you use logs in, so it gets the value from the local storage. Like basically you can understand this, all the values are getting stored in the local storage. So we're gonna say local storage, one second, local storage dot get item auth user, so it will get over whatever the values there. So now here we're gonna have our Firebase. To access our user, const Firebase is equals to use context. From our Firebase context, make sure to import it there. VS Code is doing automatically for me again. So then now we are gonna have a use effect. So use effect is basically something which runs once you load or whatever the dependency array is here. For example, whenever the component re-renders, if an empty dependency array or if there's a values you give it here, so when the value re-renders, it's gonna re-render particular code written in here, right? So here we're gonna say const listener is equals to firebase dot auth dot on auth state changed. On auth state change, it's gonna pass an auth user, and it's gonna be an arrow function there. So it's gonna check if auth user exists. So if it exists, then you're gonna say local storage dot set item auth user. It's gonna take the item auth user, and then it's gonna say json dot stringify to auth user. So it will just basically convert into a JSON. So now we are gonna say set user to auth user, and if the user does not so if the case doesn't happen, so we'll go to local storage and we'll remove our item auth user. You can also add a prefix here. So set user, and we are gonna set user to the null. So here after this we're gonna return our listener, right? And here we are gonna return our user. So for this you can either we'll just ignore this here. Okay, so now we can get our user. So we'll go back to app.js. One second. Yeah, we'll go back to app.js. So we are gonna say const user is equals to use auth listener. So hopefully this should work now. We go back, let's see. So are we logged in? Okay, are we not logged in? I don't think so. Okay, let's check. Are we able to go to browse then? Browse. Okay, so we are not able to go to browse there. That means we are not logged in. So we'll just sign in there with this email, and as you can see we got redirected to browse. So let's see if we can access. So okay, so this should show blank. So if you go like this here, are we able to? No, we don't go back to browse. So if we go to sign in, no. So that means our routes is working. So now that's the thing, that you just logged in and logged in there, logged out and logged in there. Like basically we already logged in, so we logged out. So we logged in, and now we have this perfectly working, exactly working, right? So now pretty much, so we can start studying our home page. So for our home page we are gonna be using to get all of our movies, we are gonna be using a library, a API named TMDB. So just open your Google and type here TMDB. Open this. So I already have an account. You just create an account, logged in. It's not anything like much like it's very hard. If you think like it's hard to do, or it's literally very easy, you don't need to do anything. Just create a user, do whatever it says, go to settings. We'll wait. I think my net is working or not. Let's check, because from some time the net's not working properly. Okay, so it's working. So when you come here, so you go to now API, click here, right here above your delete account. So here, so when you go here, you won't see like something like this. You will see something like written here, create your own API or something like that. So just click on that and follow whatever it says. It is not like very much complex, or if you can do anything wrong, it just do whatever it says, does not matter. So just do that, and when you come here you should see a page like this, like then you should be able to get your API, right? So I'll be obviously deleting it after uploading the video. So if you are thinking that you will access this like I don't, basically people can do anything that from your API, like they get all of your access right there, right? So okay, so now since we have this, so first of all we are gonna create a new file named request. So like basically you are having a multiple amounts of requests. For example, let me open this one. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, so let me open this one. This is I created much earlier, so we're gonna be pretty much creating like this, right? So this one, what it does is actually key. So for this, it provides us a different API for each one of that, right? So here, as you can see there, so for this we are gonna have to fetch different API. It's gonna be different link for each of these rows. So for that, we'll create a new file. One second. Okay, so for that, first of all, we're gonna create a new folder. We're gonna close this. Okay, so first of all, we just add in one more dependency named axios. Yeah, and then axios, this will be used for fetching our data, like axios for fetching our data from API. So first, so we're gonna create a new folder. We'll name it request. So we'll create a new file here. We'll name it requests.js. So now what you do is I will just copy paste it here. So this is the code you need here. So here, just take your API key from your TMDB. So you'll get it from here, this API key. Just copy this and paste it here. You can get this code from my GitHub repo. You can get that code from there, and just put this, like, copy and paste this thing, right? And just change your API key, because my API key won't be working when you will access in this video, when we have an access of this video. Okay, right? So here, just save this and create a new file, one more file inside the same folder named axios.js. So inside this axios.js, so we are gonna import axios. Sorry guys, I'm going too fast, but actually the video is already too big, so it's around 3.5 hours for now, and I think it will extend to 3.5 hours, right? So it might extend to 4.5 or 5 hours, right? So cons, you'll be doing exactly when you, because I'm just at this point I'm recording and I don't know how much big this is really gonna be. So just follow this my steps. Const is equals to axios.create. So here we're gonna have a base URL, so every time we don't have to write in base URL, so it will does axios will does to all of the stuff needed automatically for us. Just copy and paste this thing from the from my GitHub repo, this base URL, just you can type it, it's not big. So and here just export, not expect, export default instance. So now this is so now we are basically, like, axios is done and request, like, we have our request done. So now, like, we can start making our app like this. So for that, what we are gonna do is so guys, since we are already done with setting up our request, like basically how are we gonna requesting, like getting the data from the API, TMDB API, we are done with that. We, like, this is the basically we created using Axios to get the data. So Axios will automatically go, it will get the base URL, it will use this, and it's automatically gonna, like, get the data, which will be doing sooner, which we are going to be doing soon. So like this basically this will get all the data from there, and that we are going to store in a variable. So request is basically the request which you are going to be making, like to, like, for example, you want to get the trending movies, Netflix original movies. So this is the way you do it, and which you have an API key between. So I just created that file so that I don't have to use it again and again in different, like, so like, yeah, we've been using it multiple files. So that's what we did it till red. So the next thing we're gonna be doing is pretty much we'll be styling this one. So let's start styling this. So in order to style this, okay, so the way we are gonna do is first of all, you go to our home pages. Inside of home.js, browse.js, right? So first we'll create two new component, new component row. Or let's start with okay, let's start with row first. Okay, we'll start with row first, and then we'll continue with, and then we're gonna be continuing with the rest of our application. 1 second guys, some pop-ups appearing, it says, okay, doesn't matter. Okay, so we can continue with our app. Okay, so first we created did we created row? Yeah, in this we will create a new file, element row.js, and inside there we will create a new file which we are gonna name style.css. As usual we are gonna, okay, so this has to be inside the components folder. By mistakenly created outside that, so just move it to there, inside there, and just import and export. So just its name is row. Okay, sorry for that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we should have a blue. Okay, so we have to do RAFCE here, RAFCE, and we are gonna say H1 row, right? And yeah, we should have blue, like this blue text. So let's go to our home page. Now is our home.js here, not browse, sorry. Inside there we'll import our row from our components. Okay, so basically why I created this components, because for, okay, row is not exported from /components, it says. Okay, we have to save this index.js, right? And I didn't save this. Yeah, there's no error. Okay, so as you can see we don't have any errors now. Like we can see row, so we'll be row. So this row will like we'll be using it multiple times, will be a reusable component. And you see each of the row you can see is one component, right? This is one component, this is another component, this is another component, this is another component. So basically we will be rendering row 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 or 8 times, right? The amount, like the how much we have, how much titles we want, right? So we are gonna do this. I'm sorry guys, like it's look a bit of like buggy here, because just I was just creating just before this, I was recreating it. So these are the errors which you're gonna like this sort of small errors which styling errors. So like I'm just making the making it functional. So the next thing we're gonna do is key. Okay, so let's create these rows. So in order to create this, we'll go back to our this. So we want row to be use 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 so, 1 second, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and 8 times. We want it 8 times, so let's do go back to your browse and just do it 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Save, and we should see it for 8 times now. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Yeah, that's 8 now. And the next thing we will do is we'll go back to our row.js. So inside of row.js, first of all you create a div. We'll name it, give a class name of row, and then inside it we are gonna have an h2, which is gonna be a title, which will be used which will be like we change the name here later on. So here we'll create another div. Inside this we're gonna give a class name of posters. It will be all of the like the movies you see, right? The posters movie, it's gonna be that. So we'll name it row underscore movie. Row underscore movie, those are the posters. And here, okay guys, so first of all, before I think we can first let's start getting the data from there. We'll just have an image here. I'll give them. Okay, let's start. Okay, 1 second. We'll first get the data, then we'll continue this, because then explaining will be a lot easier. So just say H1 movies. So okay, so in order to get the data, what we're gonna do is first of all we're gonna use a use effect. Okay, so use effect, I think I explained you earlier in the previous year. I don't remember because I'm not shooting it on a same day. So I think I explained. So so it's basically a dependency array which tells and all the code you write here depends on this array. Like whenever the values in this array changes, it will automatically change the it will automatically rerun the code which is written here. And if you don't provide it any array, then it will run every time your whole application reruns. Like basically it's gonna run every frame, every second it's gonna run, right? So first of all, as you might be knowing, for getting an data from an API, we have to use an async function, a synchronized function. So the way to do it inside a use effect is this. So first of all, you cannot just type here async and just do that. So first of all, you're gonna create a function, name it. So that's gonna be a synchronized function. That's async function fetch data and like this. So now we're gonna create a variable. So requests const const request is equals to await. It will, so it's basically like it will wait till the data comes and then we'll continue the using the code. So here we're gonna import our axios. So the instance which we created, so we are gonna have that in here, which I'm gonna change to axios, right? Because it's a default export, you can name it anything we want. So I'm gonna just name it axios. I just imported there. So now axios will get our data from axios will get our data, which is our fetch URL. So the fetch URL, okay, and the URL is gonna be the fetch URL, which will pass through our components here, which will pass through our home page, which will be a proc. So this will be the URL which axios will get the result, and then we'll create an use effect that says const movies set movies is equals to use state, and which is gonna be initially an empty array, right? It's gonna be, so it's the array will be storing all of our movies that we get. So now we're gonna set that movie. So now we're gonna set that value to request or data the result. So another way to do is we'll just destructure it data here, and we'll get the data dot results, right? Or you can say this, yeah, so that's fine. You can say it like this, or okay, so set movies const data dot result. So if I save this, I don't think it should work. It should not throw error ideally. Yeah, it's the reason why I didn't throw error, because the code never ran. So in order to run the code, you need to call that also. So we are gonna call that, which is gonna be a fetch data. So we call that. Now we should get an error most probably. Okay, so the reason why we don't get the error, because we already have a fetch data, right? Fetch URL, like it's nothing, then it is not getting anything. So that's not an issue. Okay, so now here for this we need to give a dependency of fetch URL here, fetch URL, because it depends on that whenever you, like, it's just basically, yeah, so it depends on that fetch URL. So if we refresh, okay, so the next thing we're gonna do is pass our fetch URL, right? So we'll go back to our home I am saying a home again, browse.js. Inside of browse.js, we're gonna pass our URL that we need. So okay, so I'll just checking the URL. Okay, so the fetch URL is gonna be, one second, this pop us up, yeah. So the fetch URL is gonna be, we're gonna use it from request, which we just request file. So if we so just make sure you import it. So inside the request, you're gonna get, so first of all, let's fetch and all the action movies, right? So if I just save this, go back and console log our movies value, which will see an array there. If I save this, go back to the application, refresh, inspect it, open the console. Okay, one second, I'll just refresh it once more. Okay, so we are getting pretty much some errors. Has been logged by cost policy, no access. Okay. So this, the reason might be because we are passing an empty string, empty value there. If I remove browse.js here, if I save this, now hopefully we should not be seeing any errors. If I refresh, okay, as you can see, all the errors are gone. so that's because we were passing the empty string, so that's not the case. Okay, so now as you can see, like we get an big in like 20 arrays. So for each category TNDB returns 20 movies. So this is the basically the details of the movies, each movie. So as you can see, it has gotten title, release date, and the poster path, basically the poster image link. So it says like all the description that it does gave you all the basically all the details that you need. So now we have to basically like use this, and we have to find out some way to render in an application, right? So for to do that, we'll go back to our, you can close this inspector, right? Yeah, we'll go back to our application, and then here first of all let's pass in title. So I'll go back to not app.js, browse.js. So here we'll pass in title, and we'll name it to fetch not fetch action movies, action, right? So we'll go back to our this row.js. Here we are gonna accept another prop that is action. Okay, so now basically now we have an array. So first of all we're gonna be returning the title is gonna be our not action, I name it title, right? What I'm doing, so title, control C, control V. I hope I name it title, right? Yeah, title, that's fine. Okay, so it's gonna be title. Now inside here what you're basically doing is, you see, for each of our value, for each of our array, you want to map over through it, like for each of the value, each of an array in the movies, we want to loop through it, and for that we want to return every single poster, right? So to do that, inside this, so we are gonna first of all write movies dot map. So we are basically mapping all through it. So basically now it will return every value one by one. So and that gets an what you say, the parameter. So parameter with, so for each value you need parameter, right? So now here we are gonna be returning it. So make sure you do it in not curly braces, these, so it will automatically return. You don't need to write return statement here now. So for first of all we want an image. So image key will be movie dot id, then the src will be, first of all it will be the base URL. So the URL, okay, so we will be doing string concatenation here. So first of all we're gonna be saying base, we need it should be from the base URL, right? So we're gonna say $$ so the base URL, which I think we have to create this, right? So okay, so we'll create another variable, we name it base URL right here. As you can see, I copy pasted this. This is a base URL, this is a link to get the movies, right? So it's gonna be the base URL, base underscore URL. Okay, let's keep base underscore URL. So for the base underscore URL, and then we wanted another string concatenation. So in here in here we are gonna be getting the movie dot poster underscore path. So hopefully we see images now. Okay, we need to give an alt prop here. Alt is equals to will be the movie dot title. If we save this, go back to our application, let's see what happens. As you can see, we get some images. That's absolutely, and that's great. So we are basically like getting these bunch of images which we have to style those. So that's great. So first let's style this and make it look much better, right? So okay, so we're gonna make it look better. Here we can give a class name to this image. We are gonna class name of row underscore poster. Save this. We have an all. Okay, so we can save this. It's a pretty much only thing you need to do with our row. That's as easy as you can see. So inside there now we'll start styling it. So first of all, to our row I'm gonna give a color of white and a margin left of 20 pixels. Margin left of 20 pixels. Then to our row underscore movies, we are gonna display of flex overflow y of scroll. Okay, let's don't give overflow for now. Let's see what happens if we don't give. And the padding of 20 pixels. If we save this, I think, okay, so okay, 1 second, did we name it correct? So it's row underscore movies. Okay, we need to style it further. I was just checking if the name is correct. Okay, so now here to our row underscore, okay, 1 second, I am doing something a bit wrong here. Okay, so this has to be the style for this one, sorry. 1 second, so we are getting the rows movies here. So in here row underscore movies, row underscore poster. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we need to give it for movies, we are giving correct row underscore movies. Okay, so now to row underscore poster, like the basically our image, we are gonna give an object fit of content, not content, sorry, contain, and the width of 100%, max height of max height of 100 pixels, margin right of around 10 pixels, and then we are gonna give a transition of transform 450 ms. It's because it's for the on hover, like the image enlarges. That this is the reason why we are giving it. So to our row underscore poster on hover, you are now transform and scale it to 1.00. 1.0, it's not 1.00, sorry, that's the same, 1.08. so I think we should see some change with the application. Okay, so nothing's changed. No, nothing's changed. Okay, let me check why. Okay, so it's because we cannot be importing it. That's why I was like a bit confused why it's any of our style working. So we just need to go import style .css/style.css. If we now save this, I think most of the things should change. As you can see, I am zoomed out, that's the reason you can't see it properly. It's changed, and now you see it's being like overflowing. So for that we'll give a overflow, like we'll change its overflow. Okay, let's increase some. Okay, let's change this so we can check the width. We can like play with the width later once we are done with us like creating our main application. So here, okay, 1 second. So here we are gonna give a overflow to our movies. We are gonna give a overflow y to be hidden, and overflow x to scroll, right? So I don't think now we should have this. And now as you can see, like this thing looks a bit ugly, so we'll just hide this. So to hide this, we are gonna do this. So dot row underscore movies, webkit scroll bar display of none. So we should not hopefully see this thing. Okay, we still see this just because I spelled it wrong. It's webkit, and I think we should as you can see, it's now gone. But we are still like able to move, right? So that's great. Still able to like browse this. So one thing we can do is we can also reduce the width there. Let's try it and tried it yet. So width of 10 pixels if we give, how does that looks? Okay, so we are not able to see anything. Let me just, so now we see this. So basically you can style a scroll bar, that's what I think. So let's give a display of none. Like there must be a way to style this, but it doesn't matter. Netflix also does not show you the image. So as you and as you can see, it has got the this effect also, little like the fade in up and down like this thing. So I think we can pretty much increase a width also there to our poster. Max height of 100 pixel margin, right? So what if we give a 150 pixels? How does that look? So that looks much okay. Let's see. Okay, so let's play with this later. So now let's start with styling all of these things now, like basically do this. So I'll go back to my home.browse.js, this one, and I'll just pretty much copy and paste right now. So you guys also can, from my original application, just do this and just save it. Now you should see movies, and yes, we do see our movies, but all of those are same. Let's see why is this happening, why everything, okay, not everything is same. Okay, so this must be something from TMDB, like this movies fills the category of action and comedy too. That's why I got confused, because the movies are different. Yeah, that's totally different. Okay, so that's fine. Just taking a bit time to load just because my network is not fine. So okay, the width is also fine. No need to change the width. Okay, so we are getting to action movies. So instead of this to be an action, we can give it to a Netflix original, and title also to Netflix originals. Okay, sorry, 1 second. Let me open my VS Code back again. 1 second. Yeah, here's this. So here we can give to Netflix originals. That's great. Now we are pretty much done with these movies, like the render car movies. Let's start with this big sort of a poster here. What should we call this? What should we call this? We can call it a banner, right? So let's call this banner. Let's do the same, import and export. So new folder, we have a lot of components. That's banner, and then we are gonna have a new file of banner.js. Again, same thing, new file style .css. Go back to banner.js, RAFCE, say I am a banner, not Bruce Banner, just a banner. Banner, export, import, same thing. Banner, save. Go back to our browse.js. Yeah, so above this, just import your banner from your index file. Save this, go back to your application. We should see something. Yep, easy. I am a banner. Rice, nice, not rice, sorry, I just said rice. Okay, so let's start working with the banner. So go back to your banner.js. So inside of banner.js, first of all, we're gonna do same thing. We're gonna first of all fetch our movies, get movies cons. We're gonna create a we're not fetching the movies, basically we're fetching the image you see, right? So we'll name it a movie, name it to movie, and set movie is equals to use state, and then it's gonna be an empty array. Initial value is gonna be empty array. Then we are gonna render a use effect function. Make sure you import it. So now in here, first of all, we're gonna say same thing as asynchronous function, fetch data fetch data const request is equals to await axios, which is gonna be an instance which we are gonna return it because I hate. Okay, so now we can change this to axios, right? Await axios dot get requests, make sure you import it, dot fetch Netflix originals. Where's my Netflix originals? Here, fetch Netflix original, and then set movie to request dot data dot results to. So guys, now basically like we wanna have our image, right, the big banner, so we get a big array of fetch Netflix original. So from that we just want to pick any random image. So for that, like, I just want to pick a random movie and I want to display it there, right? Just because we got the title, the banner image and the description and the button there. So that's the reason I'm doing all this. So what we can do is let's select a random image. For that we'll do math.flow, then math.random into request dot data dot result dot length length -1. That's the thing you need to do. And if we save, return request and call our fetch data here, fetch data, and we console log our movie. Then let's see what do we get. Okay, so we are already console logging it in which we're console logging in row.js. Let's remove the console log from there, go back to this, and okay, so we get an error. Did we get? Okay, we got unhandled rejection. Most of the guys have this issue. Most of the people. Okay, so what's the error? So cannot treat property length of undefined. Yep, that's so request.data.result. Okay, so I did it. Okay, so I did this request.data.request. It's gonna be not request, it's gonna be the results, right? Results S, yeah, this thing. No, I don't think we should be. Okay, same error, unhandled rejection. So cannot read property length of undefined because we did a single no, we didn't add an S there. Request.data.results, right? Okay, no errors now. Let's open our inspect console, and we got an object here, and we are getting an movie. That's great. So we are basically getting a random movie. So if I refresh, okay, for now it's social distance. Okay, so it is related to corona. If we refresh, bring back again. Okay, bring back my inspector again. One second. Yeah, I got this back. 1 second, I'll bring up to you. So if you console, this time we are getting another movie, and what's the name? Where's the Dark Side, right? So here is another movie. So basically now we need to use this data to add our this nice looking banner, right? So for that, let's, as CSS, we're gonna use some CSS. So let's go back. So here we are just banner, simple looking banner. Now we don't want that, obviously. So here instead of a div, we are gonna be having a header, and which is gonna get a class name of a banner, where you following them. If I am not told, most probably I would have told you. So to this, we are gonna have a div. which has got a class name of banner underscore contents, then h1 of banner underscore title, which here we'll be having our title h1 class name of banner. I'm going too slow, guys, just guys. I have not created much videos yet, so and I don't have any much views, right? So whenever you when I get starting videos, I get automatically starting getting suggestions from you, so I'll go through that suggestion and then I'll be much better, right? So I know what, then I'll come to know what what guys, what do you like, right? So that's good. So I will be knowing, so I will be much, so now I'm video quality, then my videos would be much better. So just make sure you comment about my comment, how do you feel about my videos and suggestion, obviously. So here whenever we get a movie, so this TMDB not always written a same same type of name. Sometimes it can be movie.title, movie.name, or movie.original_name. So for that we so for that, first of all, and when we are gonna say to movie.title, so if you don't get the title, don't worry, don't show an error, check movie.name. If you don't get name also, then check movie.original, okay, not original name, original_name. So that's it. Now we should see our name there. Let's see, we are getting Lucifer. Refresh the Umbrella Academy. Okay, cannot read property. So this is the reason for this. What you're gonna do, he will add up, because when you never know when you are getting the data. It can be in a fraction of a second, or it can be it can take depending on the internet, it can take 1 or 30 seconds. By that time JavaScript will just throw an error. So here you can give an option sharing. Okay, if you don't, so what it's basically doing is it is not able to get all the 3 types of data. So you just give an option chaining. It does not matter if you don't do anything. So this is the option chaining we gave. So if it does not get the error, it will not show, but as soon as it gets, it will show this. So if we refresh, we got an Anna with an E, and then Selena and the series, right? So that's great. Now here we are gonna have the nice looking button. So what's it up here? So we're gonna give a div dot, why I'm not using emit from this now, I don't understand. Banner underscore buttons. And then in here I'm gonna create a button whose class name is gonna be banner underscore button, and to which I'm gonna give a play. This play, then another button whose name is gonna be my list. And guys, if you get if I get a good amount of response, I promise I'll be upgrading this clone, adding more features like the my list thing and more sort of features, the my list, the search, the ability to do search, the profiles thing. I add everything there, even the playing the videos. I'm gonna add that too if I get a good amount of response here, and that's all depends on you. So if I even get 100 genuine views, right, in this header, I'm gonna do it. And that's my word, class name of. So if you are interested, just make sure you comment, because there's no way I'm gonna get to know ki did I got 100 genuine views, right? Banner underscore description. So here we are gonna have a description, which is again movie dot overview, which we can give an optional chaining also, right? Here, like this. So here just to avoid the same error which you're getting earlier, just save this, go back, we should see and button. And this, as you can see guys, this is a very big description. So now we wanna make this a bit short. It does not look this good. So we are gonna create a function, we'll name it triangulate. So go up there, so name it function cons. You can use function, you can use array functions or anything you wish. I'll just using array functions here. Tranquilate, what's the spelling? Tranquilate, right? TRUNCAT. Okay. Trunk. What do you spell? What do you pronounce it? How do you pronounce truncate, right? Sorry, it's gonna be truncate. So I just took it from Stack Overflow. So so which is gonna accept two parameters, which are str, and then you'll get in a second. You'll know what they mean in a second. So here there's gonna be an arrow function. What I'm doing, not plus is equals to an arrow function like this. No error, sorry for that sound, I can't do anything. Written in str. If it does not exist, don't worry, it's str.length, like this text you are having, and if it's greater than n, the number of that, what do you say, the number of words you want. So if it is greater than those amount of word, then str dot sub str 0 comma n minus 1. I don't know what that does, but I know that it reduces the length, and then after this just add a dot to it. So I think it takes, I don't know what it's saying. So and if it does, and or else just return an str, right? Save this. Then here in here inside of this, say truncate, give it two parameters, movie dot overview, and we want a max for 150, right? Save this. Now as you can see, the words are now limited, right? If I save, refresh, it's limited words. We got this nice dot here, right? So that's nice. And then the last thing we're gonna have in fade here, side the Netflix which provide. So we get another div. We'll give a class name of banner fade btn bottom, right? So this is the way the reason I did this two dashes, because the BEM rule, the BEM says this, you have to do this way. So first of all, you're gonna add a background image, right? This thing here, turn the background image. So basically it's gonna be, and we'll be providing it to div. So first of all, there's a div banner underscore title banner. So to this header, you're gonna style this, given class name of this, and given style of background size of background size of cover. Then in background, now we're gonna give a background image. You'll get to know why I'm doing this in this file in a second. URL. So the URL depends on JS, right? We're not using style component, we're using normal CSS, right? Okay, so we have to do string concatenation URL. URL, and then the URL is gonna be this. I'll just copy and paste, guys. So give me a second, I'll just copy and paste this. So just paste this, just you right. So this is a thing. So now we should see an image, most probably. Yay, we get an image, right? Okay, yes, we got an image. That's great, we are getting an image. So now the last thing we need to do with a CSS to style this. And to style this, let's start with let's open back our application. Here it is. So go back to style.css, not row.css. Okay, 1 second, guys. Let this pop up, all time appears. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, go back to style.css, and so we'll target the dot banner. I hope we gave this class name dot banner, color of white, object fit of contain, height of most probably 450 pixels. We'll change it later if we don't find it good. So then we're gonna and we'll target another div banner underscore contents, margin left of 30 pixels, 30 pixels, and then my padding top of 140 pixels, 40 pixels, and then height of 190 pixels. If we see this now, which is something with our application, something should change. Okay, as it is, it might be because we are not importing it. Is the reason so? Like there's a change there. Okay, yes, we are not importing it, so we'll import ./style.css. Save this, not this, save this. Let's go. We should see some change on our application. Okay, is our application running even? Okay, so yeah, so as you can see, it grew a bit bigger, looks a bit fine now. Let's go back to the application, style.css now we're gonna target a title, sorry, dot banner underscore title, font size of 3 rem, font, and give it a padding. Okay, fonts, 1 second guys. So okay, 1 second. Yeah, so like guys, something bad happened with me, like the recording automatically stopped for some reason. I completed this banner CSS, so I have to delete all of those, the nav thing I did, so I delete all the thing I did later on. So let's start it again then. So and that's okay. So we will, I think we did till font size, so we have to start doing it. Now we're gonna continue it. So we're gonna give a font weight of 800. That's something near to bold. I think bold's 900, right? Yeah, something 900, closer to 900. So I'm gonna give a padding bottom of 0.3 rem. Then I'm be like this one, gonna be copy and pasting this one because it's just this width and all of this. So this will make it a look, what I'm saying, this will make this look much better. Yeah, much better. Sorry for that. So now this looking much better. So now we can continue. Now we'll style a button. So for the banner underscore button, to this we're gonna give a cursor of pointer, not color. Okay, we need color later on, right? Color FFF, cursor of pointer, then outline of none, border of none. This will remove all those nasty lines when you see while click on the buttons, right? So all those would be removed. Font weight of 700, then a border radius of 0.2 width, view width, border radius on 0.2, view width, and then a padding left off. Okay, this is all just padding and all. I'm just copy pasting this. So this is what you can just, yeah. So padding, so this is the background color we gave and some padding and margin. So now the buttons look much better. Let's give them a hover effect. So for the hover effect, we're gonna target a banner underscore button to that, and we're gonna have an on hover, and we're gonna give a color of black, #000, then a background color of sort of a white, background color of hashtag E6, and transition of all 0.2 seconds. If you save this, now as you can see, now it just looks much cleaner. So let's add one more thing, okay, so let's add the fade effect here, which we need at the bottom. So let's add that fade effect. So for the fade effect, we're going to target a div which we created at the bottom, that said fade BTM. To that we're going to give a height of 7.5 rem, then a background image of linear gradient, to this we want to give a 180 degree, and then a transparent, then a RGBA color, to that we are going to give a 37, 0.6 width, then and hashtag of 111. Now we should see a nice fade bottom fading effect. As you can see, this fade bottom I was talking about. So I think we are pretty much done with our banner, right? Let's refresh. That's fine. Board and yep, that's fine. Good, nice. So this is exactly like this, and that's great. So now we can have an nav bar, right? So let's review these windows. Are these looking fine? Yeah, we can. You could scroll on them. Yes, you're able to scroll, and that's great, right? So let's now add the nav bar. Yeah. So let's start with nav bar, where my recording automatically stopped. Okay, so let's create a new component. Follow the same trail. You guys must be familiar with it. nav.js, and then a file name of style.css. Inside of nav.js, not close it, RAFCE. Then say inside this h1 of nav, and then inside of index.js just copy paste it here, give it of a nav, save this, go to your browse.js. Inside here import your nav from your index, save this. You should see hello, I'm from nav, something like that. As you can see, we see now nav. So let's start creating a nav. So now for the nav, what we're gonna do is gonna give a div of a class name of nav, and then an image of image of class name of nav underscore logo, not igm, it's img. Img, and src. What was that logo? Like the file of our logo. Where was our logo? Inside our images, inside of icons, this one, logo.svg, I think so. Let's try. So this is inside /public /images /icons /logo.svg. Let's save this. We see an logo there, Netflix logo. Yeah, we see this, nice. So let's give an alt tag of Netflix. Alt is equals to Netflix. Save this, and then create another image of the avatar, and give a class name of nav underscore avatar, and then give an src of, now where were our avatars there? Let me find that too. This is the maze, this is series. Inside our users might be okay. So inside of our /public /images /users /1.png. I had multiple logos at this point. Okay, avatar, we're gonna say avatar. So if we save this, we should see, yeah, we see this. Now we have to obviously style this. This is a very small thing, small styling here. So let's go to our style.css. Inside here to nav, we are gonna give a position of fixed, then a top of 0, width of 100%, padding of 20 pixels, display of flex, justify content space between, height of 30 pixels. You could increase if we, and transition, timing function, which the reason I'm gonna tell in this soon why I wrote this, and the transition of all 0.5 seconds and z index of 1, right? So now window style and logo dot nav underscore underscore logo, if this is the class name we gave to it, position of fixed, left of 20 pixels, 20 pixels, once again left of 20 pixels, object fit of contain, then a width of 80 pixels, background of transparent dot nav underscore underscore avatar. To this when I give a position of fixed, right of 20 pixels, okay, 1 second, right of 20 pixels, width of 30 pixels, and object fit of contain. Let's see how the now nav looks like. Let's refresh. Okay, the reason why it did anything because we are not importing a nav.css, so do that, nav.css. Let's see how the start looks. Okay, so okay, it was not nav, it was style.css, sorry, style.css. Let's save and let's see how the start looks now. Okay, so now this is much cleaner, much better. So now let's give this effect. Like you see on the nav focus and nav bar on the top bar here, when I go down, as you can see, this black comes in, right? So to do that, we're gonna be using what are we gonna use to do that? Okay, so we are gonna be using event listeners. Okay, so to do that, to add event listener and use effects, first of all we are gonna be, so like to add a user listener in React, you need to do that in use effect, basically, not user listener, not event listener. What I'm saying, I thought I said user listener, like basically all those the DOM manipulation, all the things you do here. So here you need to say window.add event listener, scroll, then of arrow function, then say if window dot scroll y is greater than 100, then create an state, const show set show is equals to use state of false initially, and then you're gonna say handle show, okay, not handle show, you're gonna say set show to true, not true, right? True, or else set show to false, and then here return, write a return statement, arrow function, say window dot remove event listener scroll. Let's save, and in here let's do a string concatenation. We want nav every time here, then if show is true, not this, if show is true, then add a class name of nav underscore black. Let's save, go to style.css, inside your style.css to our nav underscore black dot nav underscore black, give a background color of hashtag 11111. Let's save. Now it hopefully should work. Okay, so let's refresh. Does it work? Okay, so it does not work. So let's see the reason why it does not work. Okay, so first of all, let's console log is a show value even changing. Okay, it's because we didn't save now, that's the reason probably. Okay, that isn't the reason. Let's check if our shows value changing or not. So console, okay, log show. Let's see, let's inspect. Go to your console. It will not. Okay, 1 second guys. So now we have false. So okay, the values isn't changing, so it is the values that do not change. So let's see now why is that so. So what are we saying is window dot add event is the scroll arrow function if window. Okay, so I said screen y here, it's not screen y, it's scroll y. So scroll y, let's save, go back to our application. Let's refresh, and as you can see that looks much cleaner, much better, and now that's also working, right? So this looks much better, like cleaner. So what we can do is now key, let's have an add and log out button. So what we want is now key, we wanna like on hover, you wanna see a logout button and your name which we added, so Firebase, your login name. So let's do that. So for that thing, okay guys, but before that, one thing we will do is we will increase the height of our posters. So instead of max height of having 100 pixels, let's do it 250 and here 1.09. and for some reason this transition is also not working, so I most probably have an like spelling mistake. So I'll just write again, transform, that's the right spelling, and it's gonna be 450 ms. Let's save. I think it should not snap. I don't know the reason why it's snapping. 1 second, let me copy it from my TRANS. Okay, so it's the spelling TRANSFO. okay, so not from, it's form, transform. Now it should not snap, it should, yes, that looks much cleaner, much better, right? That's nice. So I think we are almost done with our application. The only things left is this. So let's start with that. So okay guys, so before we begin, I just want to show you what we're gonna be doing. So this app, so as you can see this one, right? So here with, let me log in here. This is the original application, final application, the one which you're creating. So as you can see, it has gotten this nice hover effect, right? When you hover, then you are able to see the login name through which you logged in, and you are also able to log out. So this is the thing which you're gonna be doing right now. As you can see, directly pushed you to sign-in page. So that's what you're gonna be doing. And also, if you try going back to browse, it does not let you go to back to the browser, right? So that's what you're gonna be doing now. We'll be adding this to our application, the hover effect. So for that, first of all, let's create an like the stable one. So let me go back to my application, and now we can pretty much start with it. So first of all, and then we'll go back to our nav.js. okay, we are in a nav.js. So in a nav.js, we'll be creating, okay, so we'll be wrapping this image inside of a div. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be a div, just an empty not an empty div, like we don't need to style it there. We're just having a div. Inside of a div, we are gonna be having okay, so inside of this we are gonna be having this image, and 1 second, this image, and we have an alt prop for this, right? Okay, so right outside of this we are gonna have one more, then we'll have a class name of nav __ drop down. Inside of this we're gonna be creating another class name, in which this is gonna be a group, nav __ group. Inside of this we are gonna be having an image which is gonna class name of nav underscore underscore avatar, which we gave earlier, the same class name, and also the same image, right? So slash images slash users slash one.png. Okay guys, most of you would be wondering how come I have this so much images. So the reason for this, I just found out on internet, one of the GitHub record, this guy also created a Netflix clone, so he had a lot of images, so I just took it from there. That's nice. Okay, and we are gonna give a alt of avatar. Like I don't have to, there was no need to for me to find all these images over the internet, so he helped me a lot. I don't think he has a channel or what, but I'm not sure for that. Anyways, so here we are gonna, inside of our underscore group, we are gonna have an p tag, to which we are gonna give a class name of nav underscore underscore avatar underscore underscore text to this. Okay, so this is not gonna be the same as our earlier one. It's gonna be our nav underscore underscore grow drop down underscore underscore avatar. This is also gonna be drop down, not avatar, drop down. It's gonna be say your name, login name, the one which we gave the name during using the login. So now we should see something on this. Okay, so for this error which you might be getting, so for this will be just create another empty function, because it requires 2 arguments, so you can just create an empty function there. Now we should not have this error. Yeah, as you can see, we see this image and the login name. Let's continue. Now here outside of this, we are gonna create another class name div, which we are gonna get a class name of nav underscore underscore group. To that we are gonna have an p tag, which is gonna say class name of nav underscore underscore drop down underscore underscore log out, which is gonna say log out. If we save this, now let's go back to our style.css. So now we have to style this this one. So we'll go back, target our nav avatar dot nav underscore underscore, not avatar, sorry, drop down underscore underscore drop down. Give it a position of give a display of blocks, display block position of absolute, not relative, position of absolute, then background color of black, padding of 10 pixel, width of 150 pixels, height of 80 pixels, and the top of 52 pixels, the right of 30 pixels. Now if we save this, as you can see, like we'll be like all of this have shifted to right side, right? Now we'll just make it will reduce the image slide size. So what was the name for image? It was underscore underscore avatar, so that you can see it more better. Dot. So to this we are going to give a width of 32 pixels, height also 32 pixels, cursor of, no, we don't need the cursor here, border width of 0 pixels, If we save this, okay, that's nice. We see it. Okay, we don't need this, I think. Yeah, we don't need, as you can see, like it have, now it seems make better. Let's style it more a bit, and then to our group, okay, I don't remember the name there. Okay, now underscore group. To this we're gonna give a style of display of flex, not contents, display of flex, align items of center, and color of white, not width, what is this, color of white, and we will remove this thing here. Let's save it, go back to our application. As you can see, it looks a bit better now. To each of our, okay, 1 second, let me open back our, okay, I think I by mistake closed my VS Code. I'll just open back. I'll just open it again. 1 second. Yep, here it is. I have to start it and restart it. It's gonna npm start. Yep, that's it. Now .group. Then now we're gonna target our text. Where is that text here? Drop down. Okay, both have got y. 1 second. Yeah, you can close this terminal. Now you go save this, go back to style.css. To our drop down text, you're gonna give a margin left of 10 pixels. Right? Okay, if we save this, okay, this has got a sort of a very big margin. Let's remove this. So okay, underscore. Okay, let's give this a class name of log out. Right, so I think it should change a bit. As you can see, it changed. So 1 second. Okay, so we don't have, let's increase it. Right, it's like in here it should be somewhat okay. Does it? Okay, so in here, let me sign in back again. Close this one. If I sign in, as you can see, like you see it's a bit of a on a, like here it is not, and here you can see it is to win exactly on right side. So to do that, we're gonna go back to our style.css, to our nav underscore. Guys, sorry for that noise, extremely sorry. If I increase the right, what happens? Okay, not okay, increase. Okay, right is of 80 pixels, right? Let's decrease this. Not height, what I'm like literally saying 40. Then we have to decrease. Let's give it an 80. What happens? Okay guys, 1 second, something bad happened. Give me a second. Okay, 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Yes. Okay guys, I'll just stop this for once, like sometimes. Okay, everything's fine now, I think. Yeah, we have this one is my original one, right? Yeah, this one's original. 1 second guys. Now it's fine. What it, yeah, so 80 pixels right there. Now it's got it right, nice, right? So it looks fine. And then let's decrease some of the width here. Okay, so that's fine. Now to our dot nav. 1 second, I'll just copy this from there, and to this, if we say margin top of minus 20 pixels, it should go up. Okay, it didn't went up. Okay, it got. Okay. So minus 20 pixels too much. Let's reduce to 10. Okay, then okay, 5 then. 5 would look better, not 5 also. Yep, that's fine. That's exactly great. Log out. Now the next thing we are gonna do is key like on Onion hover we wanna see this. So to do that, we have an event listener known as on mouse enter on mouse leaf. You'll get to know what is that in a second. So here we are gonna create another use state, so which is gonna be show user. You can name it set show user is equals to use state, and initial value is gonna be again false. So here I'm gonna create a new function which is gonna say show user. Okay, we have to change the name's gonna be colliding. Okay, let's name this to set show user true is equals to this, and this. In here we are gonna be giving, now when we call this, we're gonna set the show user to true, this true, and then we're gonna create another function const set const show user false is equal to this, the arrow function, and then set show user to false. Yeah, so here, so what, and in here in a drop down, you only want to see drop down only when show user is true, right? So show user, if it is true, then only show me this drop down. So let's put it inside of our curly braces and save that. And now what we want now, hopefully we shouldn't see that. As you can see now, we cannot see drop down. So now what we want to do is whenever a user enters this div, we want to show a drop down, right? So you're gonna say on mouse enter, when mouse mouse is on a div, basically on our image, we wanna show the user. You got to show, not show user, it's gonna be show user false, right? If we save this, go back, I think we should see now. I think we have to refresh. Okay, we don't see this. Yeah, we are not able to see state, right? Okay, just because I wrote false here, it's gonna be true, not false. True, right? If we save, go back, now hopefully we should see. As you can see, now we see the user. Now the next thing I'm gonna do is whenever the mouse leaves this div, we wanna hide this. For that, we are gonna be targeting this div, and here we're gonna be saying on mouse leave is equals to show user false. Show user false. If we save, now that should work most probably. As you can see, that works neat. When we hover, it's like this, and when we leave this, it's like, as you can see, now it's perfectly working. So the next thing we're gonna do is let's give it a cursor of pointer to our logout button, also of cursor of pointer, because it's gonna be clickable. So here we have got our avatar. To our avatar is our avatar cursor of pointer. To our logout button is a logout here cursor of pointer, and when you hover on this, nav underscore logout on hover, text decoration of underline, right? If we save, go back, as you can see, that looks much clean. The next thing we want to do is first of all, we want to fetch our login username, the user which has logged in. You want to fetch that, and then you want to also be able to log out. So first of all, as you remember, we created a context, not a context, basically, like we created an, okay, something bad's happened, one thing, so it's not working. Okay, now it's fine. Yeah, so as you remember, we created an context as a context folder, context here. So this is a kind of a context in here. As you can see, it provides us the details of a user, like whoever the user is. So we are gonna doing the same thing, like we are gonna be fetching our user from this file. So to do that, we'll go back to our nav.js inside the components nav.js. we're gonna be saying const get the user from use auth listener, right? Use auth listener. So and here, if we console log user, let's see what all details we get. Console log user. If we save, let's go back and open and inspect. and here you can see we got a different bunch of details which says our display name, your email, right? So yes, so now let's so now we are gonna be grabbing this value from it. So let's go back, and instead of saying login name, then I'm gonna be saying user dot display name. Okay, we can remove this console log up there. If we save, now we should see a user name, right? As you can see, it shows Pulkit, and now let's that's the name which I did it while logging it. That's the name I entered, and let's add in logout functionality also to it. So to do so, first of all, now we are going to be creating a Firebase. So we'll say const Firebase is equals to use context. Okay, the above one which we use use auth listener is not basically in context, and this one is context, right? Because I just put that into a context folder because the functionality is kind of a context there, right? So that's the reason I added in the context folder. For some of you who those are wondering why I did that, so that's the reason I did. And now let's add on logout. Let's add logout functionality now. As you can see, we imported a Firebase. So now we'll be creating a function here. I'm gonna say const logout is equal to, so whenever this function is called const logout, we're gonna say e.prevent default. First of all, okay, it should not also gonna get an event, and then e.prevent default. Sometimes it's gonna refresh, but we don't want it to be refreshed here. And then we're gonna return Firebase dot auth, that's the way you log out, dot auth dot sign out. Sign out. As you can see now, here to our P, we are gonna say on click of log out. Whenever the user on clicks, logging him out. Let's see, does that works? Hopefully it should. Let's go back, click on logout. As you can see, we are logged out, and there's no way we can access a browse page. If we try typing in browse, as you can see, we are not able to go to a browse page, right? So let's log in. It will take a moment, and as you can see, we are logged in, and here it's everything perfectly working fine. So that's great. I think we are done with the browse page even. So the next thing and the last thing, we are done with our styling or the components. So we are done with that. We are done with the creating a website. That's great. Thank you for sticking to the end. And now the last thing we're going to be doing is pushing it to a Firebase. We are going to be deploying it, so like you can make it so you can share it to your friends and just tell them that you made this website. And as I earlier told, if I get at least 100 genuine views on this video, then I'm gonna be making more functionality to this website. For example, the my list thing, this my list, so you see the upcoming movies you want. We'll be adding a search here. Then we can also make an option to view the movie. Basically, we'll show a video. You can obviously just add a movie. That's like basically add this movie. We'll just add a dummy video there, and we'll be doing that if I get a good response on this video. For our next videos, upcoming videos, I think I'm gonna be working on the Prime Video clone and the Google Classroom clone. That are two upcoming videos for now. Let's see which one comes first. Most probably Google Classroom video will be coming first. And as you can see, we are done with that, and now let's push this to Firebase. So first of all, now you have to open a terminal, open a new terminal there, then type npm install global Firebase tools, right? Just install. Okay, so I'll just type yarn. Okay, no, it's fine with globally. I think you have to do with npm. I don't know how to do it with this one, so as we'll wait for this to install. I've already installed this, so I'll just do it once more for you to just show you. So just install this, run this command. We'll wait for this to run. and then we are gonna be deploying it to Firebase. So now here, first of all, you're gonna say Firebase login. I'm already logged in, so I should not face any problem. Now if you're not logged in, then it will open a pop-up for you. I don't know what is this, right? Just it will open a pop-up for you, and then when it opens, just sign in with your account. That will work. After you do that, type Firebase init, and then click on Y. Then go to hosting, browse using arrow key, select with your space key and click on enter when you select it. Now go to use an existing project. Okay, one more thing, I am doing this with a different account, though not with my login account. So I'll just log in with my account, the account which I am using. So I'll just type Firebase logout. Remember guys, to log in with the account which you have created, for which we created the project in the beginning, right, from which you are using this one. Okay, so I'll just click on Y, I'll do it from my other monitor there. So one second, it will be done in a second. So I'll click on allow. As you can see, now it's done. So now I'm logged in with my use account. Then I'll just type Firebase init, and now I'll click on yes, hosting, and we'll go to hosting, click enter, use an existing project. Now this is the project which this is the project. So click enter here, and make sure you type build here, build, right? Just type build here, don't click enter, build. You can say to Y, click on N, no, and then just type npm run build. I'll tell you what this command does. So basically this command, what it essentially does is it will grab all the required files, it will remove all the unnecessary files in the project and put all the required files, the files which you need only for hosting, inside to this build folder. Because if you just upload this folder, then it has got a lot of unnecessary things like this node modules which you don't want, it's too big, right? So it will just put publisher essential, the files which you need for that. So once it's done, when it shows you this kind of a thing, just type Firebase deploy. So we'll wait for this, so it will deploy all your files and build. So it's doing that. Why it's showing 136 files? We do we have 136 files? I don't think so. It's 136 files anyways, but I'm sure that it does not have unnecessary files. So here's a JS, here's a CSS file. That's great. Here's a media, there's an images, the images which I got there. I don't know why he has so much images, I don't know why he added there. Anyways, so he has got a lot of unnecessary images. I pretty much think like these are okay, so he must be entering through a different way. Anyways, so close this images folder. So okay, so earlier what React used to do is it makes it available full source code in your source for, like, all the code is available when you click on source. I'll just see in a second. I think they removed it now because I can't see anything in here, right? Let's see the start. Is that removed or it still happens? Okay, we'll wait for this. I don't know why it's taking a lot of time. It should not take a lot of time here. So in media we only have one image. That's nice. Okay, so almost done. It's a new version. Let's open this. Okay, so I think my VS Code has crashed. Okay, I'll just copy this. It should work by clicking on it also. I'll just open that, my new Chrome tab, and I'll just paste this. as you can see, we have our application up and running, and you can share it to anyone, any of our friends. Everything's working perfectly fine. Let's see if it's responsive. Okay, 1 second. Yep, it's responsive to exactly what we wanted with the website. Let's sign in then. Okay, first we have to sign up. Let's give a name. Let's try a different name here. Test. Let's give it the test and surname of React. Test React. Email address or give anything. Test 1 2 3 4 @gmail.com. Password give anything. I will just typing 1 2 7 and then I'll just sign up. Okay, so we are on a website. Everything's working perfectly fine, responsive also, and that's great. We also see test React here. That's perfectly fine. That's great. So guys, we are completed with the website. Thanks for sticking till the end. I appreciate if you are till this point, or if you even have watched half of the video. I truly appreciate it, and thanks for watching. See you in our upcoming videos.